Bricks and Minifigs is your one-stop shop for all things LEGO. Hit the link below to find a store near you. Hey everyone, Joshua Hanlon here, and I'm back at Brickworld Chicago 2024, joined by Caden Burton once again, and we are going to start off our tour of the entire Brickworld Chicago convention floor for you. So our goal with this video is to show you pretty much every build that's on display here at the show. That's always our goal, is to hit on pretty much every single build. We're gonna start right behind us here with some of the Star Wars areas. This is some really big kind of upscaled Star Wars minifigs by Charles Marshall, and you can see a great variety here from all the different Star Wars movies and even some like larger scenes here as well.
Yep, some large creatures, and he's got some of the backdrops as well. We can get over to some of the Boba Fett figures. He has the big throne room as well.
And I'll lean heavily on Caden's pop culture knowledge, as I always do. So he comes through strong for that. If you've ever seen our Brick for Virginia tours, Caden has really carried me through those.
Yeah, so what we're looking at now is a micro scale, what I'm assuming is the Battle of Geonosis. So kind of the big droid base, and then the clone troopers all coming in from the Republic on the left.
A very unique scale for Star Wars there. You don't see that very often, but it looks great. This is a Jedi Beat Saber build with these lights here, so that's a really fun idea. And then the lighting on this Last Jedi throne room back here is done very, very well. I think lighting is one of those things that, like, year over year we see builders continue to improve on.
For sure, and there's a lot of different ways to go about it, so it's interesting to see what kinds of lights and then how everybody actually goes about wiring the different effects that they use for their builds.
And just to make sure we don't skip this section, we're going to jump over here and do this side real quick and then come back over. So this is the first of our lenticular type mosaics, which we'll see a number of examples of this. This is, I believe, the Milwaukee Admirals logo. I think is what I'm looking at there. So some kind of, I think, hockey logo, I believe. But it's a different picture depending on which angle you look at it from.
Yeah, those mosaics are really cool. There are a lot of them at this show, which we'll definitely get to see, but I'm a hockey fan myself, not a that team, but a hockey fan nonetheless.
Then we've got Hunger Games build. I feel like Hunger Games has not been a common depiction in LEGO, so you haven't seen a lot of these builds, but this is the 74th Hunger Games Cornucopia. Next to that is we've got the big Han Solo and Carbonite to go with some of these larger Star Wars figures. Then some mosaic type builds, looks like Mario and Zelda go in here. And then a few more mosaics, finishing out with this big kind of globe world mosaic. This is the National Reconnaissance Office. So I don't know if this is like an official project. Oh, it's a Nova LUG, so Northern Virginia LUG. So there you go. We'll hop back over here then to this layout. So this is a fantastic kind of Star Wars layout, but what I think really stands out here is the hangar bunker area.
Yeah, there's been a lot of different hangars. There was one at World War Brick last weekend that was really cool to see how they're built. So getting that dome-ish kind of shape is tricky, but doing it accurately, especially for a Star Wars build, is something new to me.
We were both just in Minneapolis the weekend before Brickworld for World War Brick, which is Brickmania's show that they put on every year, which is also fantastic. Here we've got a throwback to Blacktron and some classic space representation. The builder is hard at work getting everything running. The movement on this is very impressive.
Very impressive. The colors are also really nice too. I like the very vibrant glowing effect in the water underneath the landing pad there.
Yeah. Excellent work there. Thank you. And around the corner here, we come to the Siege of Mandalore. So an interesting build because it's got the big kind of hollowed out section in the middle.
Yeah, so these were, I'm assuming, depicting like the landing pads on Mandalore from season 7 of the Clone Wars. So you've got the Republic fighters along as well as the Mandalorians against the Maul Commando Mandalorians.
And then some smaller Star Wars scenes, little vignettes in here, mosaic, and then I like this this build here with kind of the underground, and then the main battle up top there is always great to see as well.
Yeah, another Clone Wars era Geonosis build. It's got the catacombs underneath.
Mm-hmm. And staying in space, but going back to classic space, you've got pretty much every classic space theme looking like it's represented in this layout. And then, of course, the monorail and classic moon base plates as well.
Yeah, like you said, every different, the Blacktron, the old classic space, and then the red and black as well.
Mm-hmm. Get some M-Tron and some magnets in there. And then these little micro scale scenes are really cool with the micro space program. Then a huge upscaled pod racer here. This is by Andrew Epstein Looks like hunting_bricks there on Instagram, and this is so cool to see at this scale.
That is really nice. The greebling of the engines is probably my favorite part on that one. All the different little pieces, and especially in different colors to kind of get that rustic kind of look.
And it looks like some other kind of upscaled builds. This kind of whole series of these here are done by different builders, but I love the way they've done the sort of mock cards as well. Just the whole presentation I think is really nice, kind of culminating down here in this Resistance Troop Transport, which has a more unique kind of blue and gray color scheme to it.
Yeah, a really nice scale, and like you said, the mock cards are really nice. They kind of give you a lot more specifications on the build and some cooler interior pictures than just the normal regular mock cards.
This next mosaic it looks like it's kind of a series of them, or there's a lot of examples of mosaics done in this style at least. So the builder kind of included photos and then one actual mosaic. Then you've got the Endor Bunker Battle, which is a frequently depicted scene in Star Wars, and people have done it in a variety of ways with lots of different scales of trees and things, so it's always interesting to see how people tackle that. What is this next battle here?
Oh boy. The remnants of the Empire, so it appears to be some semblance of kind of post-Return of the Jedi-esque timeline of Star Wars.
There we go. We'll take it. I love whatever's happening here with like all the stuff on the back of the droid there.
Yeah, the speeder bike below it looks incredible. The amount of tiny little pieces that build that up together, it looks fantastic.
Here we have a little bit of a work in progress build coming down here to this massive ship. It looks like the middle is kind of torn out at the moment. They may be trying to get it back together before the public comes in.
Yeah, it looks like it's definitely a Venator. I'm guessing that maybe those center doors that they have the hangar bays that are actually like functional to have ships in there possibly, but we'll have to come back and find out.
We'll move over to Empire LUG next. So there's a lot of the Star Wars builds in kind of this initial section here. This build here is by Blackwell Bricks, and I don't think there's a mock card on this, but I think it looks like you've got some Mandalorians in there.
Yeah, this is from season 3 of The Mandalorian when they kind of like recapture Mandalore. They're reigniting the Mandalorian forges.
And I think another Geonosis build, which always stands out, just that color scheme is so unique there, so it makes for very unique looking builds. It's not just the normal Star Wars gray.
Right, the dark orange and all the earth tones, as well as like the Lego Star Wars adamant with the hearts and the true Jedi brick up there.
And Cloud City up next. And then got an Imperial base with like a medical section. I always like the mixing of the like stark gray of a base with like jungle as well, and I think the contrast is really nice.
I like that this one has the landscape above and the base is kind of sunken down within it. You get a little more of the kind of like sewer-esque or like slum-like kind of aspect to it.
And let's see, we've got kind of an artillery position here and then a landing pad. So it almost, I guess, a lot of, I don't know if this is all kind of tied together. It looks like it might be.
I think these are all kind of like island builds
Okay.
that connect for one group picture, yeah.
And around the corner, we've got a bunch of different countries represented here. Oh, I like this little movement on the Barbie World boat here. We'll see a lot of great examples of movement. Hopefully a lot of the builders still have their builds on. And then this great little pirate build. Ooh, great stained glass window example.
Yeah, that's amazing. It appears to be a bunch of different kind of wedges all attached in some manner to create that kind of spherical look.
One of the more unique characters here is Chainsaw Man, using those Lego track links for the arms and the head for the chainsaw. So certainly stands out.
That scale of build too, like creating those bigger kind of lifelike caricatures that you get to actually pose around is a neat scale.
Here's a collection of bunkers. So this is something we've seen at like Bricks Cascade has become really famous for the massive bunker collab that they do every year, and we've covered that several times. Kind of a smaller scale of just some smaller bunkers and the way that people might be living underground. There's even a hockey rink down underneath there as well. And then is this some older Star Wars throwbacks here?
It appears to be. It's a retro collab, so I'm assuming it's some means of building in like old style Lego scale or style for like some of the old classic like early 2000 sets.
And it looks like that runs kind of all the way down here to the very end. Yeah, the retro collab. Then we've got Dune. I think there's a few Dune builds here represented, but fantastic series of movies that also I think lends itself well to some really impressive Lego builds.
For sure. Very clean look, too. No studs almost at all. Very nice.
And what do we have up next here, Caden?
So this is all from Halo, or Appa on the corner from Avatar, and then all the little island Halo
I
builds.
was really hoping you wouldn't mention Avatar and then everyone would get upset at you for calling that Halo.
Yeah, I wouldn't be back next year.
But there are some great Halo builds in here as well. And building, some of these like vehicles and the characters of that scale is just super cool. And I know Halo is one of those themes that like people have wanted Lego to get for many, many years.
For sure. And I like how they've gone about displaying this, that each figure has its own kind of like little landscape stand. It's not on a big base plate landscape. They are kind of more individualized.
Then we've got, I think this is from Avatar, the movies, possibly? Someone can correct us if not. Someone in the comments can tell us what these are from, but they're very impressive. This massive battle is incredible. We've got the game icons on there. That's pretty cool.
Yes, this is the Battle of Utapau from Revenge of the Sith, but then with the inclusion of those, I'm assuming this is playing from one of the levels of Lego Star Wars where you're playing as Obi-Wan chasing down General Grievous, but the greebling on the rock face down below is absolutely stunning on this mock.
Mm-hmm. Not an easy thing to do to get, especially when you look at this, like just kind of subtle lines and paths and things that kind of create natural offsets and not, obviously you've done a lot of large rock work on your builds over the years and getting that to look natural is not easy.
Sure, and this is a technique that I've seen come around relatively recently of building these very large plates of built up, almost like vertical landscape that are then flipped on their side and mounted to create that a lot more natural looking look.
Here's a huge Mos Eisley layout. I love the little hut cinema here on the corner, but then there's so much to take in here as you explore kind of the large like landing dock areas and then all the little buildings inside here that kind of make up the cantina.
Yeah, a lot of like kind of classic aspects you would assume to see when you're looking at a Tatooine build, but then also a lot of creative freedom, like what you said with the hut cinema and some of the other little areas that they have going around here.
And that takes us around the corner where you can see the Millennium Falcon with lights added in here as well, looking fantastic. Next to that, very unique build here, also from the Clone Wars, which I know because there's some printed bricks that say that on the corner.
Yes, this is the Battle of Umbara, one of my favorite arcs from the Clone Wars, and I've been seeing him set this up. I'm glad that I'm getting to see it more or less complete now. The vegetation and the visuals of this planet are absolutely stunning, and when people recreate it in Lego, it's beautiful.
I also love the various translucent colors that add lines that add colors here to the build as well. I think make it stand out. So very, very visually appealing there. Next up, we've got Hidden Sanctuary here in the background, and then just kind of lines of some Star Wars minifigs up front. I also particularly like this sort of ruined tank that looks like it's been sitting there for a very long time with the vegetation coming out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what world that's from, but it's a very interesting build nonetheless.
And then we got the Walker here, and we got an incursion on Endor's moon. Looks like we got some wires running out to some of these builds here. And then a ton of little vignettes. So this might represent kind of all the main 6 Star Wars movies. I haven't spent too long looking at this so far.
So I think it's actually episode 1 through episode 4.
Okay.
And they've included Solo and Rogue One as well. So you have 1 and 2 up top, and then 3 and Solo, and then Rogue One and episode 4 down here at the bottom. Really nice, really simple looking kind of framed out vignettes, but they've captured a lot of these scenes very, very nicely.
I like that. That seems like a much better overview of what we're looking at here. Here's a little Geonosis build as well with some more rock work on a smaller scale. Another smaller vignette series here, and then kind of the hallway battle in here, which is always fun to kind of create that sort of perspective of looking down at a scene. Next, we will turn our attention over here. So this is Twin Lug from the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. I think has a lot of these builds here. This is a huge, huge combination. It's supposed to be Vikings Odyssey, and so it's kind of a combination of a classic Viking scene, but also kind of depictions of things from the Odyssey story as well. And that's where you get like the trident back there, and then all these different areas of the build.
Yeah, I like that they have it kind of split into almost two different worlds. You have this very kind of rural, like wooded landscape here, and then a very sunny, kind of desolate space on the left side.
And just a crazy amount of minifigs in here and so much action. I think it looks very impressive. There's even like a little ice cave rager happening underneath there as well. So again, the lighting pops up in all sorts of fun places. Here we've got some two-tiered displays, and so sometimes you'll see builders do this because they want kids to be able to see things kind of at a lower level. So this is Winnie the Pooh, where everyone got their own like tractor basically.
Almost looks like the it's the like soap derby or whatever. They build the cars and like launch them all, like those kinds of vehicles.
Up above that is a bunch of city kind of modular buildings, also like brickheads in their own vehicles. So each character kind of got theirs. Then we've got a Korean palace garden, and you've got the big kind of pond out there, and then the palace to the right side. Then in the top section is a space rave, and you've got parties happening on the right. I don't know what is happening really in like the left part of the build there. Maybe an invasion. There's like a rock monster, I think.
Yeah, some mechs or something happening up there. I'm not sure.
This is Fabuland. So Fabuland has had a bit of a resurgence, I think, thanks to the recent Animal Crossing release that reminds a lot of people of Fabuland. So some similarities there. So great waterfall work, the lighting behind that, and then of course the spinning build lets you kind of appreciate all the different details of it. Next up is Fairy Fun, and then we got spells and potions. So these are, is this Scala, or I forget the different scales here where some of these larger figures came from.
I think it's Scala. I think Galador is like the next one up or something like that. I think this one's a Scala scale. But
once again, feel free to correct us in the comments. You know, we always love that. And then there's Mermaids, Undersea Adventure. Oh, I love the placing of this plant. And then there's a whole like biome inside the big jar there as well. Get a little Lego jewelry happening and some butterflies. It's always interesting to see the way people display the botanical sets. So this is a vase where they've used the technique where you can push the one by one tile round pieces up inside the pillars there.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't even notice that at first, but yeah, using that kind of creates that like almost like glass stained-ish kind of look. Very nice.
And then we start a whole Willy Wonka collaborative layout. I think we're actually coming at it from the end and moving backwards, but there's great movement in here and lots of the iconic Willy Wonka scenes represented, and just so much color and whimsy throughout this layout.
So I'm going to get roasted for it, but I have not seen this movie. But I mean, I know the preface of the movie, but these are wonderful builds. The movement, the lighting is all absolutely fantastic.
There's chocolate, there's candy. It's a good time. Check it out. Recommend it.
As a pastry chef, I probably should. Yeah.
It's like a must-see. This Let's Explore is a very unique build with all the different colors behind the kind of silhouette of Bigfoot in there. And then we've got the up house sailing away in the middle of the construction zone. We've got another lenticular mosaic there, and then a great big kind of reef build, and it looks like a lot of this moves when it's all turned on.
Yeah, there's between like the ships, the shark fin up top, and some of the figures who appear to be on surfboards. When this is all turned on, it might even light up too. Not sure. They have some areas that are a little darker in the corner behind some glass frames. So
next up is a series of smaller builds called Explore the World. So these are landmarks. You've got kind of your micro Parthenon and some of these landmarks. Then you've got the new series of postcard builds from Lego, and then a whole bunch of different types of architecture and kind of neighborhood buildings. And then it looks like we finish out with some books over here on the left side as well.
Yeah, these are all really nice. Like Brickworld has a lot of different builds at different scales, which is really nice to see because you see, minifig scale, you see the bigger scales, and then you have a lot of micro scale as well.
And what do we have up next here?
Appears to be Bag End or Hobbiton from the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit series. A very nice kind of interconnected means of displaying several different houses, or really just the interior of a single house.
Yeah. One thing I like about the way they've displayed this is with the top off, because I've seen builds of Bag End in the past, and it's always frustrating because there's like a really nice interior in there, but usually the top is on and you can't appreciate it.
Sure, yeah. It definitely, having it open, especially for the public, definitely adds that whole kind of other level of wow factor to the build itself.
Here's a collection of bricks. These are upscaled Lego bricks in just a variety of colors, so it's always cool to see people kind of upscale pieces. Then we've got a fairyland in the back with the big sort of fairy castle, and then these really nice trees with that mixture of the yellow and purple leaves there and the little kind of huts all around it. So a lot of whimsy in that build.
Yeah, lots of very nice colors as well.
Next to the Zorg gray cube here, so the contrast is very stark. Then the Tetropolis Tower, which has some fantastic color in it. Little ice cream truck. Oh, we've got this nice like throwback computer, which actually is like sculpted really nicely all the way around the back.
It does look it's very clean. There's a lot of very studless builds at this show, which from a vision viewable aspect is very, very nice.
And then we got a pool there. We get to the first of many trains that we will see. So this is a few different just individual train cars. We'll see much larger train layouts later on. Then you've got some different mosaics. It looks like we've got the football there and then like a mascot here in the back. This build here is Amsterdam canals, and I think there's like some kind of a war kind of let's see, what is the word I'm looking for here? Like exercise going on.
Yeah, so this was at World War Brick last weekend
Yes.
as well. This is, I believe, the story is a like NATO exercise, kind of predating like a new world crisis or new world conflict. Very nice. The sidewalk is beautiful. The way that the black building is built with all just plates and tiles is stunning.
It's interesting because it's a military build, but it's really the architecture and like the landscaping that takes kind of front and center there. This is Keep Going with all of these minifigs here on a mountain. It looks like there's some movement back here as well when this is turned on. And then we've got some various character builds here. We've got Danger in the Danger Room with just it looks like kind of an X-Men scene happening here.
Yeah, there's a lot happening in that room. Almost like a Smash room, but instead it's full of superheroes.
And this is a sort of post-apocalypse scene. And we've got a trip to the Arboretum with some minions. Oh, I like this with the drawing on some Lego bricks and then a build depicting what's being drawn.
I do like how they use the tiles behind the ball to kind of show the shadow or the effect of the shadow from the lamp. That's very nice technique.
Here's some really cool painting with light. So this is Amanda Fuke, who has featured a number of times in the past. She does really unique builds like this, but I think this is the first time she's done it with these translucent pieces to create that. It's like a stained glass window, but by shining the light on the window.
Yeah, it's like coming from the opposite direction that you would think of a stained glass window. Watching her set this up was really cool. Like each of those pieces is at a very specific angle to match it up to the frame behind it. Very, very beautiful work.
And when we move across to the next section, we've got some more trains for you here. Got some much longer trains and a variety of types from around the country. So really cool printing on some of these train cars as well. And then we've got the Interceptor. So this is a sort of Pirates Imperial scene here, maybe even like a little Pirates of the Caribbean reference. And then Port Royal here. You got this whole Pirates setup here, which is always super cool. I'm always a big fan of Pirates.
Yeah, it definitely appears to be some semblance of a Pirates of the Caribbean because you've got the Black Pearl in the back, Port Royal, the Dauntless as well. So you've kind of got a bunch of different scenes all depicting different portions of the movie and locations as well.
This next build is one of the most interesting ones. As I've kind of walked around Brickworld, I was looking at this yesterday, Tales from the Loop. So it appears to be based on these books that are sort of like futuristic robotic scenes. And so you've got these like robots out here in this like snowed-in field and then some silos in the background. But it's just a very interesting source material for a Lego build.
Yeah, I still have yet to figure out really what's happening here. But the ambiance of mystery is killing me.
For everyone watching, feel free to leave a comment on kind of more context and story behind what this is. Next up, we have the iconic Neuschwanstein Castle here in Germany, and it's kind of known as the fairy tale castle, and just looks incredible. Always looks amazing when people depict this in a build, and a lot of great kind of detail work with plates in there to create a lot of those kind of subtle architectural details.
Yep. Yeah. Again, we're looking at that same micro scale that we've seen a couple times already, and on this scale, even the rock work and stuff surrounding it is absolutely beautiful.
Here's a crazy like animal builds here that are on a track, and then we've got the mostly Isley Saloon. So it's a mix of my all-time favorite Lego theme, which is the old Cowboys Western theme, with Star Wars, which is very unique. I can't say I've seen this before.
No, I mean, hey, the Wild West looks like Tatooine, so might as well.
I love it. Yeah, very creative work there. We got the Hogwarts Herbology greenhouse up top as well. And then that takes us to, I'm not sure what they've been doing here, but this is like a huge section of track, and maybe they've been doing some races, running trains into each other. I know is also a thing that takes place here. There's like a train derby type of thing. But then we have some beautifully built trains. This Orient Express is looking fantastic. The Canadian Pacific model there. Shout out to the red and yellow on the Union Pacific, obviously my favorite colors. Have you done much train building, Caden?
I can't not say that I have. I mean, I'm in a LUG with people that build trains, so if that counts, but no, not personally, no.
We got the military train build has to come sometime in the future. Now we get to some really tiny micro scale train builds. So this is a unique scale that you don't see a lot of train builders kind of build in, and you've got like the Rock Island Twin Star rocket there, the Northern Pacific North Coast Limited, the long green one in the middle. You really have to, you gotta squint your eyes and get down on the angle a bit, or else it kind of gets lost in the table.
Yeah, the table and then the frames that they're on it, there's some of the same colors. You can't really see them all that well, but.
Here's Slytherin Station, so it's a Harry Potter train station. Just a lot of action going on all around that. When you look down inside there, you can start to pick out all the different minifigs. These next two builds are very unique scale.
They are. Now we're going into Duplo, which is a whole other scale, realm of itself. We have a Unikitty build, and then a Bricklink.
So this is, I think, a Duplo upscaled version of what I think was Paul Hetherington's build for the original Bricklink Designer program, like several years ago, which is just a crazy kind of storyline there to get to this build here, which is all Duplo now. So very unique.
Very interesting for sure.
Here is a steam locomotive that is not doing well, I have to say. This is a replica of an 1880s steam locomotive. Appears to be crashing off a bridge and down into a river. It's not looking good for them.
Yeah, he missed the tracks by a little while.
This is Kate Bishop. I think this is from the Arrow Marvel TV universe.
The Hawkeye series.
Hawkeye, thank you.
Like
thank
that.
you.
Yeah. Marvel is not as much my scene as Star Wars, but
we'll get there eventually together.
Gotcha.
Then we've got some more Star Wars here. So this is just an ambush scene. Unique choice here. It looks like maybe like a frozen river and then snow, which is not typical Star Wars geography.
Yeah, very interesting. It's also using a lot of the classic Clone Wars sets, like the Republic Attack shuttle and the old, I think 2008 AAT droid tanks, which are very classic sets at this point.
And a smaller Star Wars scene next to that, and then some smaller military builds. So while Brickworld certainly doesn't have the military showing that Brick Fair has every year, I think you see a decent amount of it kind of just sprinkled out throughout the show.
Yeah, and these are both very nice, very clean little builds. We've got deserted streets, appears to be kind of Africa Corps, German forces there in the back, and then some U.S. Army infantry in the woods of a forest somewhere.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of a war memorial scene. And then this is Bob Ross. I think we'll see more Bob Ross later on as well, but all of the different paints and then the easel set up with the painting on there. We've got a fire and icy inferno train, kind of alternates depending on which station it's going by. Now, I think that finishes out this section, so we will actually come over here to this section, which is a couple of large builds built by Luke Horwath. This is his playable pinball, which obviously is not on right now. You can actually play that. And then this huge roller coaster that he built as well, which does work as well during the public hours. But a couple of huge builds here. And then I think that takes us to, actually also by Luke, some kind of crazy car.
Yeah, I don't know if you can, it's like maybe a go-kart, like an actual go-kart that you can sit on. It's got pedals. I'd be intrigued to see if someone actually can sit on that and drive it around.
We will come back by during the public hours and see what's going on with that. Here we've got light used to create almost like an island effect here around this table, which has been lowered down. A lot of Disney references in here as well. This next build is something that we featured recently on the channel if you want more in-depth. This is the National Mall in DC, and it's incredibly detailed and well-researched and represents so many of the iconic buildings along there.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love this. Being from Maryland myself, I've traveled here many a time. I've been in this mall for parades and been to all the museums. Like, it's a beautiful place in real life, and in micro scale and Lego, it's even better.
We'll continue on down to this next series of train layouts then. This is kind of train/town. This is the L gauge modular system that you're looking at here, and we'll kind of see this examples of this throughout. Here is Jeffrey Fonda's Southern Pacific train, and then I love the behind there as well as the little like John Deere tractors look fantastic. But there's so many great like building details in addition to all of the landscaping around here.
Yeah, and even like colors too, like all those buildings in the background, I believe it's sand blue. And then you have a lot of different types of techniques to create a lot of different variety of trees out here as well.
Going across the gap, there is bridges between some of these table gaps. We get into very desert vibe now with the old windmills and the kind of rock faces out there, some little abandoned looking train cars. We go back into the lush green forest and then a really well done, very detailed train station, it looks like here, with even lighting included in there. And then going around the corner, we've got a whole bunch more trains for you. So you can see the builders set up their tracks in a way to display a whole bunch of trains at once, and then they'll kind of switch them in and out throughout the show as needed. But always very impressive. And again, kind of looking at the decals and graphics is really cool too. What do we have inside the middle section there? It looks like a windmill.
Yeah, windmills, some more desert. We've got a big wind turbine, as well as what appears to be one of the medieval blacksmiths as well, kind of playing all kinds of different timelines with this display.
We've got one of the trains chugging along here, looking fantastic. Tons more in the middle there. And you can see the bridges are usually built to flip up, so you can kind of get in and out easily. And that brings us around to, I love this Jiffy truck because of the brick-built lettering on the side there, which looks really nice. And then again, another really nice train station, this green and gray building, using those, I think it's cheese slopes as like a siding technique.
Yeah, very, very nice. Either that or tiles, like not 100% attached, but the roof on that, on the cantilever, like the side, is very nicely done as well with all the wedge plates.
This large section next to that is just kind of a master class in landscaping in general. So you can see, I don't think there's any minifigs on this section. It's just the river, the bridges, and the trees and the rock face. But it just creates this kind of beautiful, serene, natural feeling area.
Yeah, it's like, it seems so simplistic, but at the same time adds so much detail and is so just pretty to look at. The wooden trusses on the bridge for where the tracks goes through is just an extra little detail. All the lighter colors that they kind of break in with the rock work along the river is also a very nice touch.
Next up is a lineup of some more fantastic trains. This appears to be transporting a lot of track pieces here. And I like when there's some added color in it here as well, with those different like boxes on it. Here we're going real old time with the farm implements.
The real old farm equipment. We had some of the John Deere tractors at the very beginning. We're going even further back than that.
And I think this will just about finish out this train layout here. But yeah, train layouts have always been kind of an iconic part of Brickworld Chicago, and you continue to see those represented very well here. So we'll actually jump back over here to I think the next step will be the Chicago Area LEGO Users Group. So for people who aren't familiar, LEGO User Group, or a LUG, is kind of a collection of fans, and usually it's based around a city. So in Chicago, there's Chi-Lug, there's Windy City LUG, there's Northern Illinois Train Club, so a variety of groups in this area. But here you see a whole bunch of Batman stuff, and then a kind of train running around that as well, just kind of like throwbacks to a number of different themes in here. Then we see some blacklight, which is something that builders have been experimenting with recently.
Yeah, the shadow box idea and glowing up a lot of those older or even more vibrant colors is a really cool way to kind of add that extra little pop effect to your box, for sure.
And since this is just one lug kind of displaying a variety of builds, you get Star Wars in here. You've got, I think, like Indiana Jones type builds in the back there as well. And then this is the Mos Espa 25th anniversary there with the pod race. I love this Halloween, and we got Christmas trains. Super detailed here on these train cars.
Yeah, lots of story going on. A lot of expanded on the Lego sets that came out however many years ago, especially for the holiday train. You've got the stable car with the reindeer, the toy making car as well, the sleigh. Like, just a lot of great details on that one.
And then a honeybee village with, as you might expect, I think a whole lot of bees up there. But then even the rock work looks nice, so really nicely kind of fleshed out display. We've got some, I think, Jetsons characters, Mosaic style, and some space builds. I like this thing. Looks like it's ready to explore the moon.
It does, yeah. It almost looks like it has like working suspension. I don't know if it's RC plugged in or at all, but and the Jetsons Mosaics are a real throwback. I did grow up with that one, but.
And here we have brick-built sock monkey. Got some kind of letter spaceships in the background. Then we've got this heart mosaic. Whole bunch of smaller builds in here, like micro-scale Star Wars, and then just kind of like steampunk type stuff, and then whatever you call the Buzz Lightyear thing back there.
Yeah, Buzz Snake and the Buzzlets is the name of that one. Very interesting. Have never seen anything like that before. That's a little terrifying, but I mean, hey, more power to you.
This is the beauty of joining us on a LEGO convention tour, is you really just come across some bizarre and unexpected things. Here's a Yoda and the Ewoks concert happening, speaking of that. Then we've got a LEGO build depiction of like it looks like some kind of smaller artwork there in those frames. And then there's not a ton of Bionicle at Brickworld, but you see some of it represented here.
Yeah, certainly not as much as at Brick Fair, and at this show, everything is by individual, not by theme, so everything's a little bit more spread out. You see a lot of pockets of things here and there, but nonetheless, some really cool figures here.
And we've got just some more kind of buildable figures in general, especially this like serpent stuff up there is really impressive. This build here with the wings and then just the way that the flowers come kind of cascading down is really neat. As we round the corner, we've got some more great characters. Whatever this thing is.
Holding something hostage, whatever it is.
It's I think it's like is it like an old camera piece? I think it might be like an old Technic camera piece or something. That's pretty bizarre. We've got Peppino Spaghetti, very angry looking chef in there. Some underwater creatures that look really nice. And I don't know what these characters are from, but they look fantastic.
Yeah, I have no idea, but that scale, again, we kind of get up to that upscaled caricature S builds, and they're very clean, very nice.
This Arius the Owl looks fantastic as well, especially the wings on that. Some orchids and some more botanical builds. Infinity Castle here with battles going on with all the minifigs. And then Last of Us, so some kind of dilapidated, kind of post-apocalypse type building, which just looks so incredible when you're able to mix the right elements and Lego pieces together.
Yeah, a lot of the colors, and then taking kind of the extra extent to add foliage where you wouldn't think to normally see it built onto buildings, and where you'd see like concrete, things like that. Very, very nice touch.
Next up is a huge food truck carnival concert stage, so just kind of some of everything happening here. And there's a bunch of kind of can you find us and look for different minifigs inside there, so a lot for the public to enjoy. Here's some great Star Wars mosaics where you can vote. Caden, would you like to do the honors and vote on which one is your favorite here?
Ooh, I think we're going to have to vote for Commander Cody in the back corner.
Okay, go for it. Go for it. This is a big moment. There we go.
It is done.
I love the one in the top there as well. Kind of the helmet in front of the lettering, I think looks really nice. Here's we got Order 66. This is the March on the Jedi Temple, and really just impressive for kind of the scale of the stairs and the minifigs that they've got here.
Yeah, I love seeing builds of this. It's like it can be so simple, but you can make it so elegant by adding to the texture of stuff of the stairs, the statues, and everything around it.
And then a whole bunch more impressive Star Wars mosaics. The coloring in this is really nice. I also love this chess set, which is just kind of reminiscent of some of the really detailed chess sets, like the big castle one that LEGO has made over the years. Looks fantastic. Then a whole collection of lightsabers.
Yeah, a lot of really cool Star Wars stuff. A lot of really awesome Star Wars mosaics at this show, and we'll see a lot more of them as we keep going. But the reuse of those art sets creating different pictures, but then we see a whole collection of lightsabers, 1-to-1 scale, also really, really cool.
I think mosaic building, ever since Lego has really pushed the art sets out a lot more, you've seen a real renaissance of that, and just like larger scale mosaics and just the number of mosaics at shows for sure. I like the brick built action figure back there, so it's kind of merging two collectibles together.
They even went as far as to make the corrugated shelf that it would be on in your department store.
With the little hook sticking out, that's so good. Here's some space builds. This is really cool. I had not seen this earlier. This is a build of a classic TV with the moon landing taking place inside there, and then all the little knobs and everything on the side of the TV. So great combination.
Very, very nice. A fourth wall break inside of a fourth wall break.
Here we've got one of the mascots going on here. Then we've got Moff Gideon's light cruiser down below that, and some more lightsabers. The Arkham ice rink with some Batman figures. A little Super Mario Brothers scene on the right side as well. And then I'm not sure what all of this is, but there's these like kind of border areas being built around it here.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, nor what the zip line track is for in the back, but seems like a rather interesting collaborative effort here.
And then we saw a couple large-scale Duplo builds earlier, but here's another really impressive one. Once again, lower down so kids can appreciate it, but a huge pirate ship, and there's even kind of an interior inside there where there's beds and animals and things. They're letting down the little lifeboat here on the side, so really seeing people tackle Duplo in a unique way this year.
Yeah, all kinds of named characters. You've even got the water slide out the side of the ship instead of walking the plank just straight down.
And then here we have, I believe, some Friends. This is kind of all Friends mini dolls scale. It's just kind of a beach town and just kind of a city town layout in general to kind of finish out the LUG section for us. Now we'll go down the edge here so we can actually come along the side here. You can see legendary builder Jake Sadovich showing off actually one of his incredible builds there. We've shown that in a video a while back, but Jake's work is always amazing. He's got a whole display going on here, so fantastic work, Jake. Keep it up. And then we've got, this is also by Jake. This is his big wheel. You've got the upscaled Lego flowers. This ship is super cool.
It is very nice. The dark blue, the pearl gold, and the white is very great accents. The sails, I mean, the scale of it being as big as it is very, very nice.
Below that is some pretty funny Star Wars scenes. So this Chewie's actually has like lights up and movement in there with the porgs. Then you've got the dunk tank and the blue milk stand, and then the shooting range next to that. So some really funny references in here.
Very nice. And on the side of the blue milk stand, there's a missing poster for Luke's hand and lightsaber.
And huge scale minions, which especially the one on the left here is just crazy. When you look at the way the builder's done the hair, it's just every direction. I think maybe some flex tubing used in there. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, use some flex tubing or some very clever Technic rods and things connecting to kind of create those outward going arches.
And a smaller minion next to that. And then we've got a coral reef, which you can, ooh, nice. So you get a kind of black light, I think, that really illuminates a lot of it when you step on the pedal. I like ways that the public can sort of interact with a build, so that's always really cool. This is looking fantastic. There's so many cool pieces that Lego has made that interact well with the black light.
Yeah, that is really cool. We've seen a kind of an uptick in coral reef builds over the last couple of years, and the amount of very neon colors that Lego has started producing are fantastic for doing stuff like that, especially with the black light.
Here's a variety of Lego swords, from more mythical to more realistic looking. And then we've got a little build of David, and then this large mosaic from The Last of Us as well. The theme this year we should mention is, I believe, exploration. Let's go explore, I think. So that's what you see, the best explore mock, little Calvin and Hobbes build there. This is Zion National Park, an incredible national park for anyone who hasn't been there. Highly, highly recommend it. This is theater happening here, so you get a great perspective where you're able to kind of like close in on the scene and the show going on. And then some smaller vignettes and some more references to classic space themes. And then this large artwork here is, I believe this is the water lilies and willow branches it's called, which some really cool techniques with the way those are hanging down.
Yeah, and apparently there's 35 hidden creatures and 10 frogs. So pause and see if you can find them all looking at it head on, because I can see 0.
We'll still be here when you come back.
I found one.
Okay.
I found one.
Keep looking. You can do it. Got a smaller Star Wars scene here with a nice battle and some nice lights there in the background for that explosion as well. Fantastic. Some really well done towers here, and like a church, and just kind of architectural details in general next to some micro spaceships. So nice contrast of different types of buildings in here. This neon Nighthawk with that new color of like neon yellow, green, whatever you call that, that's just so intense to look at.
Yeah, the like super neon bright yellow or whatever it is.
This is Knives of the Special Forces, so I think this probably represents maybe different countries' special forces, if I had to guess.
Yeah, either different countries or different eras.
Yeah.
The Caber knife on the right there. I don't recognize any of the other ones. It looks like the one in the middle may have been from like earlier period, World War I era. I see kind of the trench mace blade from like World War I. Very, very nice.
This is a mosaic of a jar of mayonnaise, so that's something. I would like to know the inspiration behind that. Next to that is Taylor Swift, so of course, everything has to have a Taylor Swift reference these days. So this is Surprise Song O'Clock with her at the piano there. I'm sure we'll see more mosaics later on. Then this great Stranger Things build here with the kind of leaves and things done very well. And finishing out this section looks like Marvel, then some Planet of the Apes, and the Mystery Shack down here at the very end. So there is some more that we can go to down the edge here real quick, so we'll go ahead and do that just to make sure we don't miss anything and make our way back down here. So as we're walking back down to these other builds, this is your first Brickworld, right, Caden? So how's your experience been so far?
It is. I'm enjoying it very much. For me, it's rather comparable to Brick Fair Virginia, which has been my home show for almost 10 years now. But the atmosphere here is just as good, if not better, than that show. So I'm very much enjoying it so far.
I love to hear that. That takes us back to these shadow box type builds where you see some space represented. You've got some Scooby-Doo, Friends, like Wizard of Oz and little Harry Potter, and just London in general there on the very end. So some unique kind of perspectives there. Get some more mosaics with Dolly Parton and Sonic and Dr. Eggman, and then Spark, which is just sort of like a graffiti type build. And then you've got the pink character here, which just uses like an interesting variety of kind of like tile round pieces to create that character. Here is the model of the University of Minnesota East Bank campus with all these different buildings and architectural. Looks like we got a lot of architecture along here.
Yeah, very nice. Again, we're looking at the micro scale. A lot of detail packed into these builds with a lot of small pieces. The element choice is very, very elegant. I like it.
And this explores different types of architecture now with a bunch of different buildings and examples from around the world. So that's really cool to see that kind of represented at like a smaller micro scale there. Very cool.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Here's a
Display if you want to contribute.
housing and urban development. So this is interactive apparently, so people can contribute. So you can see some of the colors and things. Yeah, that's always very cool. Great work.
Thanks.
And next up, we've got Veracity, the Cosmic Gluttony. So this is just like a crazy creature using a bunch of different, what I'm going to say are bionicle heads.
Yeah, either bionicle heads or dragon heads or something.
There are a bunch of bionicle masks next to that. A couple of mosaics here with Wonder Woman. And then another mosaic here and some smaller builds next to that. So looking fantastic. And I think that finishes out this edge. So we'll move back into some of the middle displays here. The way that Brickworld is kind of always divided up for people who haven't been to the show or haven't seen one of our tours before is the vendors that sell Lego sets and custom Lego products are always in the middle, and they kind of divide the room in half. So we'll go ahead and hit this section up here. We've got some Star Wars scenes here. We got Victory and Death to start off, and then kind of a smaller throne room in there. Darkness on Umbara. And then we start a huge lineup of, I think this is a big, huge Marvel battle going through like every building in the Marvel universe.
Yeah, every building, every hero, every villain, so it seems. Lots of action packed all into this one big build. You got the subway underneath, which is really awesome. I love to see that.
Right, the multiple levels to a build always make it kind of much more interesting to look at, so there's tons you can kind of pick apart and enjoy in that build. Here is Brickles Go Exploring, and these are like little bricks that are like out, on a tour. So I'm not sure if that's a specific location. That building in the background looks very impressive. And then a Minecraft train.
Yeah, Minecraft train. We've got the number 4 privet drive, so Harry Potter's house, and the big golden snitch in the back. That's very nicely built. I love that. And then a Jigglypuff character in the back right as well.
And then a much larger Minecraft layout that you got the tabletop section, but then it drops down here. And this part here is, I think, definitely the highlight, where you get to explore all the different caves underneath and appreciate kind of all the lighting there, the different biomes in there. Really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I've grew up loving Minecraft, still do, and like seeing stuff like this, as blocky as the theme was made out to be, there's a lot that you can do with it to bring it that much more to life.
And we'll come back down this direction to make it to the next sections here as we come back by the Marvel displays. And you can see there are wearables here as well. A great example of this walking by right now. So there are people in like Bionicle costumes, all sorts of impressive brick-built Lego wearables here on display at the show. This is a collection of Star Wars, Harry Potter, and some of everything.
Yeah, they've got different quotes that they've written down. So apparently it's kind of a movie in of itself, possibly. They've got different scenes all happening in this one little build. Very nice.
There's really a lot you can pick apart there. This is Big Red, which appears to be a lighthouse, and then a nice kind of beach scene here with a surfer out front. We've got Mad Cat Militia with this mosaic. And I think a Sonic build, which I don't know what that is behind him, but it's built in a very interesting way.
Yeah, I don't either, but the trans red on the black Travis bricks is kind of trippy to look at.
Someone in the comments can tell us who this guy is there behind Sonic. Here we have an Avatar build with, you see a lot of builds of the white character, the name I'm forgetting of right now.
Appa?
Thank you, Appa. But the blimp is a more interesting, I feel like I haven't seen that as often.
I have not either. I like the energy clash on the top too, using those kind of newer, I think like Ninjago style pieces for those kind of energy bursts and things like that. We'll see those a lot throughout the tour, and they're very, very nice pieces to add those effects.
This is a T-shaped house, and it looks like it's a mixture of like Batman, you got DC characters, some like Ninja Turtles in there. Each room kind of has its own kind of theme to it. And a bunch of custom minifigs down here. And then just a series of smaller, like, it looks like vignettes. We got some biblical scenes going on here as well. And movie scenes in the back. And then, of course, we've got a little Star Wars mixed in and a D-Day scene. So this is the landing on Omaha. That smoke with all of the different minifig carriers is really interesting.
Yeah, I do like that technique. So this year's the 80th anniversary of the invasion of Normandy. So there's been a lot of different builds throughout different shows so far this year, and we'll probably more to come. But a nice depiction nonetheless. The Iwo Jima remake of the clone troopers raising the flag in the front is very nice. I like that.
And then we've got a mosaic of Christ here, done in kind of traditional historic artist style. And then a much larger Star Wars display, and I like the offsets of that building there and kind of the way that they put that together. And then once again, kind of the battle at the top, and then lots of action underneath there with the droid factory.
Yeah, there seems to be a commonality this year. There's a lot of like sub-levels and interiors of things that you wouldn't normally think you would see, but you've got a very large droid installation here, and then the very large 501st clone units with all the colored vehicles outside attacking.
I love how it's coming up the cliff face here. I think that's just a great sense of action in this build. So there's a lot going on here. It's very impressive. Here we've got the Lothal Highway with some of the speeder bikes. And then, of course, we are in Chicago, so it's Wrigley Field, home of the Chicago Cubs here with the sign. You see references to Chicago through some of this.
Yeah, very nice. I think we're going to come around into some more Chicago Wrigley Field-esque architecture stuff.
We've got the gates in here, it looks like, and then we've got, let's see, one of the buildings here from Chicago. This is, I think, based on the TV show The Bear in here. So I think that might be based on a real building back there.
I think so. It was an excellent show. If you haven't seen it, definitely recommend watching it. Fantastic show to kind of, it alludes a lot to the mental health of the hospitality industry, which is really cool.
Mm-hmm. This might come as a surprise to you, but I have not seen that show.
Well, you should totally watch it.
This is then Wrigley Field, I believe, here. So you've got the iconic kind of baseball stadiums with all the buildings surrounding it. So it's more than just the stadium. It's really so much fun, like impressive architectural details around it. Looking very nice. Then we've continued with the sports theme. We've got a little soccer stadium with just like a whole lot going on.
Whole lot of going on. There's a rave happening outside. Dudes chilling on the horse. You got cars driving by. You got soccer actually happening on the field on the inside. The home fans, the away fans, everybody's having a good time.
Then this Chicago Bulls mosaic that I think recreates this card down here at the bottom of it. So that's cool. Here we have, let's see, it looks like this is Lego Seinfeld scenes. So you've got I think the original set on the left there, and then these are all different scenes from the show.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen that show, so you'll have to hold up this side. But
Yes, we'll need to bring Andreas back to lend his expertise here as one of the world's biggest Seinfeld fans. I think he could really lend a lot of light on this, but I'm glad that this builder, Ryan Davis, has brought this out here. Here's a hockey arena, so not a lot of fans, unfortunately, for the players.
yeah, it seems like there's a lot more stormtroopers watching than there are actual fans of the hockey. But I do like the way they did the boards while the train's clear. Very clean, and they've covered the ice, and they have all the epitome like lines underneath of it as well. Very nice.
They have captured the best part of any hockey game, which of course is the fist fights that break out in front of the audience, and the fact that you've got the clear plexiglass so you can get a front row seat to it. That's my favorite part.
Yeah, those are the best parts of watching hockey games, is watching people just absolutely go at each other.
And this is a bunch of Looney Tunes busts and builds. Looking fantastic here. Then we've got a Black Panther lab, a little underwater oasis scene next to that. And then karaoke bar with just a bunch of like printed elements and little details there, especially behind the bar.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff. They use the sterling silver for all the tiles on the floor, but definitely seems like the kind of place to be on a Friday night.
Here's Maleficent with this massive mosaic, which uses those different shades of purple and stands out really nicely. So that looks fantastic. I think that finishes out that section. So we'll actually take a look real quick at this huge Union Pacific train. So we actually showed this at the show that we were at in Atlanta earlier this year. So we have a video on the channel with the builder if you want to see more about this. But as you can see with us next to this, the scale of this thing is just incredible.
Yeah, this thing's huge. It's probably, 20 feet long, and nearly 3 feet tall at least. I don't even want to know how many parts are in this thing. Like, looking at one of the one-by-one studs on the front, like, no, I'm good. I'm okay.
And we will then move on to the Spirit of America, which is this huge Statue of Liberty build, and then just kind of references to things like here's Mark Twain's riverboat, and you see the kind of the fort that the Statue of Liberty is built on top of as well.
Yeah, very nice, very tall. As soon as you walk in the hall, you see this. They've got the fireworks up behind it too. Very, very nice.
Going in a very different direction, we have Star Trek. This is the Enterprise refit, Star Trek Wrath of Khan, which a great use of lighting here in kind of different modes to depict the different ways the lights work on the ship.
Yeah, and creating like round shapes with essentially linear or square Lego pieces is not the easiest thing in the world, but they've captured it very, very well here.
And another Star Trek build next to that as well. And then we've got the University of Michigan football stadium built at just a pretty micro scale, but packing a lot of detail with the lettering. And then even that field there is very impressive.
Very nice. Again, we're going to see a lot more micro scale as we keep going. It appears that these have plugged in, so the end screens maybe work with like scoreboards or jumbotrons, which will be really cool to see tomorrow during public hours.
And then some super huge scale Mario builds, starting with Mario himself. Of course, you get the huge Bowser and Princess Peach. Here you can see the builder. This is 8-bit builds online. And then Mega Man, Haunted Mansion Luigi, my personal favorite Mario character, Toad, and then Yoshi down here at the end. And then we've got some unique characters here with Monkey King and an Inkling of Life with kind of the ink dripping down.
Yeah, so again, some more really cool kind of bigger built characters as well. Sun Wukong is one that I personally know of. The other one, the shadow character in the open book there, is also very, very nice.
Mm-hmm. And then this is, I think, a Ninjago-inspired build. You can see all the golden Ninjago characters in there. Kind of the bridges coming out to the island. Some of those trees are really well done, too. And that brings us to a super big Ninjago layout. Variety of kind of levels here, and then different types of housing and architecture throughout this layout.
Yeah, and it's all kind of built up on these like stilts from the waterfront, if you will. So you have kind of the outer areas, and then you have a very large kind of inner area with the big black tower in the middle, surrounded by all kinds of little shops and things around that.
And we see some more of this on this side. So this is a great placement here. You can see all of the power strip needed to power these builds. So with lighting comes the need for a lot of power as well.
Yeah, and they have these really cool like almost like risers to level the tables out. There's another lug here that has these, and they have, I think, 3D printed feet so you can adjust them, which for con tables, you need those.
Right.
Yeah.
Something you will find if you have never displayed at a LEGO show and come display at a show is that constant bane of a LEGO fan's existence is uneven tables at a show.
Yeah, the tables for my build were about a brick shorter than the table next to it. So there's some very interesting shim work under that table right now.
And some Star Wars battles. You've got some guitars in here. The Lego caster looking fantastic. And then this huge container ship looks really, really cool here. With all the different brands of shipping containers, the big blue cranes on top. This is really neat.
Yeah, I like, again, like you said, all the different colors, all the different brands. But you have this big blue and big blue white ship. And then you've got the green, the orange, the magenta or the purple. Very kind of breaking up the semblance of two color tones.
Absolutely. Here we come to a bunch of vehicles. So you see just like cars and all sorts of vehicles, Ghostbusters, police cars, shell trucks, buses, and anything you can imagine built at a really impressive scale and detail.
Yeah, I very much like the U.S. postal van. You've got kind of some old like vintage cop cars, but also some newer style cop cars, some buses as well. Very nice.
Then just some Lego lighting there, and we come to the other side of the Statue of Liberty, which brings us over here to this layout. This is the Ross County Courthouse, and I'm not totally sure if this is based on a real courthouse, a real building or not, but it is very impressive looking, and the landscaping all around looks great.
Yeah, it kind of appears to be like a smaller-isk city landscape with this very large kind of monumental building here in the middle.
And then just kind of downtown area around that, and then you get into the city park section with the trains around there as well. Here is a super impressive Star Wars layout. Really great examples of landscaping and lighting in here. Kind of different because it's not like the large-scale battle that we're used to seeing a lot of the time.
Sure. One of my favorite aspects of this build is definitely the edge, the way they've kind of blended in a lot of the colors to create more of like a substructure look to like the earthy tone that they've used on the landscape itself. A lot of sand green, the medium nougat blends very nicely together. You kind of have the big gray like base, but then you have these slumish areas out, kind of the civilian areas. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I think this is the type of build that really invites you to sit and kind of look at it for a little while and explore between the different buildings and kind of see what your eye can pick up. So it looks fantastic. Here we've got a little bit of a Western train layout with a lot of the classic cowboy and Western sets. Looking great. Oh, you're good. Thank you.
Yeah,
fantastic layout.
Thank you. We're still trying to set it up.
You're still getting it set up. There you go.
Come back and finish filming later. You're more than welcome to.
Here is the forest outpost, so it's like combining the Western fort with one of the old kind of castle base plates. Got some more modern military stuff in there, and then another depiction of the Battle of Geonosis. Got a German convoy from 1942. And then, let's see, what is this gun from here? Do we know that?
Oh boy. Well, it says Team Fortress 2, so I'm going to go with Team Fortress 2. My initial thought was Call of Duty, so I was wrong. It looked like a big ray gun, but it is a really cool gun. It does remind me a lot of the old Call of Duty ray guns. Very nice use of parts to kind of create these parts that are coming off of it. The greebling effect on the side there, and the red and light gray is very nice.
And then we got kind of a big knife and rifle next to that. Next up, we will move on to this section, which I think is Unilug. So this is just Universal Lego Users Group if you don't have a specific lug to be a part of. But this build here, which is sort of a Mad Max type post-apocalypse vibe, is super cool because of just the amount of minifigs and little kind of details placed throughout.
Yeah, even just the amount of like stuff. I mean, there's a dragon, there's a dinosaur, there's random vehicles, there's figures from probably every franchise you could possibly imagine. The big like rail gun on top of the building in the back there, very, very nice.
And then we come to a Batman build, and this really has some nice, let's see, oh, this is like printed pieces to create like the road effect in there, I think. I was trying to figure out what that was at first. Kind of a bat cave in there. This is a banana stand, just kind of hanging out there in the middle. And this is Jack and Amelia's journey through the bricks. So you've got these different characters moving through all these scenes.
Yeah, it appears to be a larger standard for what you would assimilate with like the normal habitats, built up in the same and structured in the same kind of way. Very nice.
Here we've got a huge collection of mechs in different colors and different sizes, but all very impressive, and the weaponry on these all looks very imposing as well. I especially love the big ball and chain guy here.
Yeah, creating mechs and creating Bionicle-esque kinds of figures using system bricks is, I think, definitely a little bit difficult to create those monuments of movement, but all very well done here.
Some more really nice mechs here at the end. And then we'll come across to the graveyard build, where you've got Emmett, unfortunately trapped in here, about to meet his untimely demise. Some really nice tree work in here as well, kind of mixed in with the graveyard. And a Jedi High Council build, some lightsabers and a chimera up there. And then just some more examples of, I guess, a variety of types of architecture. That post office is very interesting.
Yeah, kind of the almost like retro sign out front, the V-Ep sign. The roof is very nice too, with the using the snot windows built in there.
And then an example of an early Chicago skyscraper here. So I've always been a big fan of brick-built lettering, so it's always cool to see that down underneath there. Jump across to some more really nice characters and kind of more mechs, it looks like, and then Hulk Crusher. Next to that, we've got Protector of the Cave, a little like R2 unit down in there. And then we've got a rock monster kind of mashup going on.
Who's fighting a Mandalorian, it appears. Dual-headed rock monster, so it's like the twin-headed behemoth.
And then discovering the piece of resistance. So you've got Emmett, looks like Indiana Jones and his plane here, so another interesting movie mashup. Little Atlantis exploration. This Mountain Beauty mosaic is really cool with the kind of greebling almost effect of that.
Yeah, and that's a long list of hidden objects to try to find in that. It's too late. I cannot. I'm not even gonna try to find half of those things.
We've got like a full Excel spreadsheet going on there. Then above and below, with a great example of the coral reefs that we've seen so popular these days. More lighting underneath there, and you can see the divers on kind of the bottom of the ocean. Then you get the surfers up top, and then almost a jungle effect on the right side. Another train and some Star Wars builds, and then a little like Hobbit build. This is a working Lego slot machine. I saw the builder showing this off earlier. So there's a little button you can normally hit here under the sign, and it will rotate each of the wheels. It's 100% Lego, the mechanisms and everything.
That's awesome. Yeah, I have not seen this working. Right now it's not working. The builder's not here, but I'll definitely be back tomorrow to see this thing in action.
When you actually hit the jackpot, some Lego coins pop out from under there. It's fantastic. Got a concert and then an underwater scene here. This is some bass fishing scenes. This is an interesting setup, work from home with Cat. So it's someone printed out this like Lego tweet, and then they'd build it with their laptop.
Nice. Yeah, that's, I mean, yeah, it's awesome. Brick built laptop.
Very, very interesting source material there. Got a little castle scene to finish this section out for us. And then we will come over here to the Northern Illinois Train Club. And so as I mentioned, this is another one of the local groups here. Always bring out some really impressive builds. You've got some, I think it's kind of Frank Lloyd Wright style architecture in there. And then you've got, of course, the Ghostbusters headquarters, QR code to something, and a moon plate station, this huge tower here, very unique colors.
Yeah, they've used like the sparkly, almost like pink kind of frosted over panels to create the wall around it. Very, very nice.
And then I really like this little airport, just because of the detailing on the runway with all the lettering, and then the little airport kind of shack building in there. It appears someone has recently crashed into it on the side.
Yeah, unfortunate. The little white biplane or yellow biplane on the runway is also very nicely done. A lot of detail in such a small build.
And then a seaside resort here. So you've got the big hotel on the left, and then this big pink kind of resort building, and then some of the smaller just shops and things all around it. But I like all the tiling there for the sort of boardwalk effect up top. Then we got a huge Ferris wheel. This is actually the Navy Pier Centennial wheel. And so again, kind of more Chicago references mixed in here.
Yeah, the movement is fantastic. It's it's big, it's sizable, it stands out above the rest of the boardwalk in the city, which we were just taking a look at. Very nice.
And this build here by Matt Delanoy is really impressive with how much kind of landscaping and tree work has been packed in here. Then this large creature that opens up on the inside.
Yeah, the foliage here is absolutely amazing. The amount of different colors and the way that a lot of it is oriented to create a very natural vegetative look.
We've got Palace Hotel Ballroom with a lot of security going on there at the moment. Very impressive. Once again, throwback through all of the Lego space themes. So these are kind of fighters from just about every Lego theme, space-related theme they made. Almost all of them. I think there's even like Aquanauts referenced in there.
Yeah, shout out to the best piece, the lightsaber chrome blade piece or hilt piece on the Sapphire custom there.
You see the large train sections where they keep the trains when they're not running on the track. And that brings us to the large skyscrapers. So the big city section, which is just so impressive. Also, we can't forget to mention the White Castle with a lot of fun friends on top there.
You know, I have been out west for over a week now, and I have yet to go to a White Castle.
You're not missing out. Trust me. Please don't go. There are some larger buildings here, especially like this black one with kind of the central spire that goes up through the middle. And then, of course, Spider-Man having some fun between the different buildings in here. I like the lighting that kind of lets you see inside the buildings, and some of these is always really nice.
Yeah, a lot of the city displays that add interiors to their big layouts is great because it adds that whole other level of depth than just the street view itself.
And a really well lit Octane gas station, so just really detailed as well for being a gas station. There's got all the different details of the pumps. The tiling work is nice. There's even a little like pizza shop inside there, so definitely some references to some of the older kind of Octane city type sets.
For sure. And a reference to our Brick Fair tour last year is the amount of corn that ends up at LEGO shows. So we've got a massive farm that there's definitely some corn and some other crops being grown there, but
shout out to Indiana for this. I always got to give a shout out to Indiana when I see corn here. We're so close by. You got the baseball players coming out of the corn here as well. So love to see that represented. But then the KLX Towers is such a unique build. It uses these huge kind of green girder pieces as the support structure.
Yeah, I think those were from like the shipyard like cargo crane. But what my favorite part of this, not only the architecture of the buildings, but the little kind of arch apiary in the middle is using train track to create that almost like perfect archway is absolutely stunning.
And a large tan tower next to that, and then this Art Deco high-rise there as well. Uses those gold palm leaves for that Art Deco feel, and then even the like golden fish kind of just above the doorways is really great. And then this Howard Johnson's is very unique with that color scheme.
Yeah, and then behind said building on the street is a very large, I guess, bicycle parade of Toy Story figures. There's an army of Green Army men back there, led by Woody and Buzz, I'm assuming.
That finishes out the Northern Illinois Train Club. So I believe that will take us, let's see, I think we can keep going down this way then, yeah. As I mentioned at the very beginning of the video, first off, thanks for those of you who are still with us this far in. but we do try to show as much of the entire convention as we can and really hit every section possible. So this is Fantasy Floating Islands. The floating islands idea is always something that's really fascinated me because you're building usually on like a much smaller, narrow base for a much larger build up top.
For sure, and it seems like they kind of have them on these, I guess, 3D printed or custom 3D printed stilts. And I like that a lot of the island builds utilize a waterfall or some kind of cloud aesthetic to bring it back down to the table.
Next to that is a huge roller coaster. So this is David Builds the Bricks here, loop and swoop roller coaster. Got a variety of styles kind of all mixed in here. And then going in a very different direction is the Safari Animal Collection.
Yeah, we've got a battle unicorn, we've got a giraffe, gazelle, a nice elephant as well. I love the way the trunk is done on that one. It appears to use all kinds of like ball joints and things to connect that together. Very nice.
And these scenes down here are really impressive for just the movement, kind of a automaton type idea. So we've got the granny working on some knitting there. Got the guitar player up top. And then SpongeBob scene, some squirt guns, water fight happening, and a forklift operator. And then this is Humpty Dumpty scenes here, which is really unique.
Yeah, this whole slew of builds is fantastic. They're so clean, and even like small builds with so much movement built into them, the essence of motion is great.
And we've got a Christmas Carol in 12 scenes, so telling the iconic story of the Christmas Carol in small vignettes. Some of these are only like 4-6 studs wide. Some of them go a little deeper, so just kind of depending on how much is needed for each scene, but it's really cool to see what you can do at this scale.
Yeah, and it looks like they're using the IKEA or was IKEA Lego boxes to create this riser for them to display all of these up on to make sure they're all visible to the public. Great part usage there.
Welcome to Fabuland Crossing is that crossover we've all been looking for between the classic Lego Fabuland theme and the new Animal Crossing theme. And I think these characters mix so nicely, and it just makes so much sense.
Yeah, and you've got what appears to be some of the newer sets as well as some of the older sets as well, all mixed in to kind of create one big play space.
As we go to the other side of this layout, we get to actually even more, I think, Fabuland here on this side as well. Some more of their houses and kind of cityscapes. And then some more of these brick-built characters, which are just really impressive. I especially like the guy with the headphones in the background there.
Yeah, the one in front of it, Ugandan Knuckles. I remember those memes from many years ago. One of my all-time favorite eras of the internet, for sure.
For those of you still watching, feel free to name your favorite era of the internet down below in the comments. See if we can spot any Lego builds from it. But then we've got all of these Minecraft animals. Minecraft still going strong many years later.
Still going strong. And now we've kind of grown away from what we saw a little bit earlier with the big kind of minifig scale layout. Now we have these really large, clean caricatures of the creatures from that game in that natural Minecraft blocky fashion, but they look fantastic.
This build caught my eye walking around the show earlier. It's called No Expectations, and the layering in this is super impressive. Obviously, the color combinations really gets your attention, and then kind of the silhouette of the figure, and just an overall sort of graffiti style here, I think is really unique.
Yeah, the depth perception and, like you said, the layering of this, that it pops out. I mean, it's probably 5 or 6 bricks deep worth of parts is absolutely amazing. I have not seen this yet, so I'm glad I was finally able to come around and see it.
It looks like this is maybe based on, I think this is from the Spider-Verse movie. I think actually, now that I'm looking at the image there, that's what it looks like. So kind of build it based on that. And then we've got a Star Wars scene here where it's interesting with the contrast of just the bright red characters with the black and gray.
Sure, I love this. This is from Season 3 of The Mandalorian as well. It's when Paz Vizsla fights off against the 3 Praetorian guards when they're in kind of the big final battle scene when he makes his sacrificial last stand. Great build. I love the texture and the rock work there.
Of course, you got to give a shout out to the YouTube Play logo here as well. Looking fantastic. So always love to see a reference to that. It's a little Ninjago City blacksmith. And then this scene here is kind of the post-APOC type idea. The tree, I think, really stands out here with some of those elements.
Yeah, I mean, the tree itself, as well as the snot base that this is all built on, the use of some of the even more Technic-esque pieces to create that kind of ever-flowing base that's not just strictly vertical or snot building. Very well done.
And then we've got a under construction skyscraper here. So you've got the big yellow crane. And then next to that is a micro scale version of, I think, a university campus here. And it's the University of Illinois. And I think it says the Lego Club might have built this and displayed it here at the show. So that finishes out that section. We'll jump across then to over here where you've got the Tips and Bricks banner. So I don't know if these are all Tips and Bricks builders, but I think a lot of them are represented here. We've got a nice Star Wars scene, kind of comfy looking seating areas there. And then the little habitat stacks. So habitats are something that we've seen more and more of in different varieties at different shows.
Yeah, people have done them for CMF figures. People have done them for different themed figures. People have done them for personalized figures. You can do pretty much anything with the habitats, whether it's single units, double units, anywhere up from there.
And more black lights here in these habitats. This is a glowing zoo, and so each of these uses elements that kind of look great under black light, whether it's the kangaroo or the zebras. You got the giraffes, the alligators, tigers, lions, some of everything going on in there. Here is Flowers by Van Gogh, really nice mosaic. And then once again, different minifig habitats. Oh, here's a build with some great movement going on. You can see the builder kind of still setting some final things up, but this is the Super Mario Cray Lazy River, and it looks like the minifigs are able to ride around in the back.
Yeah, this is kind of like the ultimate end of the use of blacklight. They've created this huge shadow box to really upgrade the aesthetic of this build.
Here's some Minecraft heads and some more Mario builds there. And then the Hungarian Hornbat. And it looks like maybe some, almost like a movement, almost like a Great Ball Contraption looking build there. A little IG-12. These have some movement in them as well, but I especially love this. So we've got Winnie the Pooh 100 Acre Wood, all the different characters popping up in the background. You've got that river running underneath the bridge, the tree, it's kind of spinning around the background. Eeyore popping out from under the branches there. There's so much to take in here.
Yeah, really nice. The way it's all geared together, a lot of it's really hidden, but a lot of it's also out in the open. You can kind of see how everything works. This is really cool.
And continuing with the theme of great movement, we've got 3 builds from the Muppet Treasure Island here. And these are all by Bethany Wright. And once again, you see kind of the minifigure movement is fantastic, but then there's kind of gearing and just the whole landscaping and everything as you come down here, the water in front of the ship, and then that shark going up and down.
For sure. And they've even included a mock version of the technique and the technical ability they use underneath to create the wave effect, so that if you're wondering how it works, it's right there for you to take a look at.
There you go. You can kind of spin that and get an idea of the technique here. I like this guy just kind of going in circles there on the lower level of that build. It's really fun as well. Then we've got some Bionicle characters in here, and then this is Among Us builds, and then I think some Pokemon builds as well, kind of mixed in. We've got a habitat stack of Encanto, so for all you Encanto fans out there, and then just a huge collection of minifigs here on display next to that as well. Then it looks like we've got an interactive display of the Braille bricks. When Lego released those, it kind of made a lot of news, but then I haven't seen them out in the wild too much since then.
Yeah, it's not something you see a whole lot. You know, I know Tips and Bricks does a lot of the kind of inclusivity within the Lego community, and it's great to see stuff like this out at shows for people that, you know, may not know that this even exists, for really just to kind of get that awareness out there.
Then the Friends Community Modular next to that just creates this great kind of modern city feel with that platform kind of branching between the 2 sections of the city. Here is some superheroes, I think Mosaics, some X-Men in there. And different scales going all the way down to this like little tiny size is great. The Lilo and Stitch, the spaceship, Ratatouille build. And then this really nice butterfly sanctuary with the butterfly statue. And then this wildfire scene is really unique.
Yeah, I really like this. The use of all the trans orange fire pieces to set ablaze really the forest, and kind of the homage of the prop plane dropping, you know, water or whatever it was that they would be using, and the kind of attention to detail with the firefighters digging their fire escape trenches and everything like that, really kind of paying homage to the work that these men and women do every day during the season.
And 100% purist Lego with the Adidas shoelace for the fire hose there is a great feature. So I like some of the informational signage they've got out here, but kind of no matter where you look on this build is a unique element.
For sure, for sure.
And then we will go around the corner and we'll head towards the back of this section. So we're kind of closing in on the first half of Brickworld, kind of taking us to the dividing line of the vendors. We've got this whole card layout here, and so this you can see just kind of in that Speed Champion style, with like a huge racetrack setup basically.
Yeah, huge racetrack. You've got lots of Star Wars figures sitting out to watch the race. They're all very, very excited for who's going to win. I guarantee the Stormtroopers are voting for the black and white car there in the back.
Here's some more automaton type builds, and we featured these on the channel in the past, so if you want to see more detail. But yeah, this magician here is fantastic. Some of these like flip book type builds. This one here is the exploding duck. I haven't even seen this one. Oh, so it's like the throwback to the Lego duck design, and then it looks like it winds up, and I'm assuming explodes based on the title. Let's see what happens.
I'm scared.
On the edge of my seat.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
And then there's this
Oh, there we go.
They got you.
It was worth it. Here's a hula hoop, a very intense hula hooping show.
Very intense. I like the neon green chains for the skirt there.
And this little tower stack here with the upscaled bricks. And then this looks like, reminds me of like the old Frogger games where you had to like cross. I don't know if that's what they're referencing, but that's what that reminds me of. This looks very haunted and scary, whatever's going on in these buildings.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a seizure looking at all these lights. It's cool though. The very fast, rapid flicker effects definitely kind of, project.
And then we've got some like space builds there as well. These guys have a whole bunch of computers here. Hello. No, you're good. You're good. You can carry on. So we've got a bunch of classic computers, and then a bunch of Technic vehicles. Oh, I like this Outlaw one here. Super cool with those giant tires in the back. Here's brick swap. So I think you can like bring a brick and swap it for something in the chest. And then Snail Lug with the snail garden and the train going around. Some more Technic trucks. And then a few other smaller Technic vehicles here as well. Sumo robots. There we go. Thank you. Great work. And that, I think we pop then over to this layout here. So I think this is where we're up to next with the multiverse of Wallies. So kind of pick your favorite theme here, Caden. Which one would you say is your favorite?
Ooh, I don't know. The pirate one is definitely up there.
That was mine, so you can't take it.
Okay. I mean, the space one, the blue and gray, definitely, and it's on the moon-based plate, so I get bonus points for that.
There you go. It's true. Fantastic choice. This was actually moving earlier out front here. I think those characters spin around, but then the Eve mosaic in the back is also actually really impressive. I especially love the use of the basketball hoop element there, kind of in the middle section.
Yeah, the intensity of like greebled mosaics is always really cool to see, like what kinds of parts they use to create those effects.
Here we have an Animal Crossing island. I think kind of truer to the games a little bit in what you would see. So the paths lay down all the different kind of homes, and then you've got the farming elements to it and everything. So it's great to see that. And in stark contrast to this, looks like a German kind of bunker attack, and then this trench scene next to that.
Yeah, I really like this World War I gun pit. They've used the 3mm Lego bars to create this kind of wood slat effect in the trench. Right outside the field gun position. Very, very nicely done.
We've got a brick church next to that. And then some wonderful, your local neighborhood Lego YouTubers represented here. We've got Cheesy Studios, Duck Bricks, and then Toby has lovingly included me and John from Beyond the Brick with our logo there. I think that's John with the camera and then me sitting at the computer. So love to see some fun Beyond the Brick references out in the wild. We always appreciate that when we're at a show. It's so much fun bringing you all of this coverage every year. Got a little micro Hogwarts next to that. And then the Battle of Tippecanoe here. So not an era you see depicted very often.
No, not at all. It's not one that I was familiar with until I saw it earlier. It seems to be some kind of like pre-colonial or post-colonial, but that era of like very early America. The use of the window like pane pieces to kind of create the flowing river is a very nice touch as well.
And the tires surrounding the trees there is really neat technique. Speaking of tires, you've got the tire tree next to that. Then we've got Stranger Things, a series of Stranger Things builds. And that brings us to, I believe, a massive Disney World layout here, if I'm not mistaken. And you kind of got the train station out front here. This is Magic Kingdom. And you've got Space Mountain, kind of like, any Disney fans, you can kind of just pick out your favorite part of the park, essentially.
Yeah, I think they've got the dwarf mountain ride in the back there. Really nice. They've got kind of the downtown strip as well. Very nice. Obviously, the big castle in the middle, that's probably the main focal point here, but very, very nicely done.
We'll see that from another angle as we go around the corner. And you get to see the large white kind of pagoda of Space Mountain, the new Tron ride. Fun fact, when we were there with Andreas last year, we tried to sneak into that, but they were only letting employees on, and we could not get in, unfortunately.
See, you should have just told them you were employees. You could have figured it out.
It's true. This next layout is super impressive and just really, really cool to see a Bionicle layout like this with kind of so much story going on.
For sure. Normally, like when you see Bionicles, they're self-standing. You don't really see them a lot of times standing in a big story arc like this. The amount of lighting in here, again, we're looking at under areas that we've seen in a lot of mocks so far. Very, very nicely done. Again, the kind of depth of tone going into the side of the build to differentiate the layers of Earth is really well done.
This tree and then rock technique are both incredible when you look at how precarious some of those sections are, and just the fact that, how easily that could be toppling over right now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got ball joints, flex tube. What's in there? What's in the trees?
Technic structure going up for both of them.
Okay.
And then same with some of the substructure, the elevator over there. A lot of Technic framing in that, and then cladding it with system. Plates, bricks, all that kind of good stuff.
This is fantastic. Thank you so much. Great work here.
Thank you, guys.
And then this starts kind of an underwater section here as well, where you get some of those more like neon trans elements in there.
Yeah, I like the up top. He has kind of the break of where you see the foam transitioning to the water, but then it ends and you kind of assimilate to what would be under the water. It's very, very cool effect.
Then we'll finish out with the Tornado of Oz here, and that'll finish out this section. So I think we'll round the corner here and go over to a couple more tables. We'll hit this up here with this this is Friendship Timber, and so you see a lot of like Friends-themed builds going on here, obviously. You, of course, have the huge like Friendsified galaxy, Milky Way going on, and lots of these little spaceships in here. I especially love the cruise ship there in the background. Looks really nice. Little tea ceremony boat.
Yep, yeah, they've got the Ghosts. They've got the Pirate Fang for one of the starfighters from the Ahsoka series. They've kind of taken a lot of different themes and friendsified them further than you would see. And playing with that color scheme, you're a lot more limited on parts you would think than like grays and whites for like stuff like that. So very, very nicely done. This TIE fighter here is very interesting.
It's the Pie Fighter now, according to the mock card, and he uses these massive. Oh, it's the sail, I think like sail elements, but kind of like stitched together with like colorful diamonds.
Interesting. I don't know what piece he's using for the cockpit area in the middle there, but whatever piece it is very well fits that kind of mode of how everything is attached to it.
And then the Friendship Flying Narwhal in the back is really cool. The friendly explorer, and some more habitat type builds. Some artwork in here as well. Looks very nice. We'll make our way down here next. We'll have to make our way around the trees, so we can come to this side for now. And it looks like this is just sort of like different seasons almost layout here.
Yeah, or different kind of like biomes or times of year. Like you said, you've got kind of summertime up front, more maybe fall and springtime, and then you have winter on the far side, which we'll get to walk around for.
And then this is a chapel, which has the lighting inside, which I think is cool, but then also that stained glass technique, which is something I always love to see in any of these church buildings. Got the back side of some building here. I think we'll see it on the other side. And as we go around here, you start to see a Paris-themed layout and a lot of the iconic buildings and architecture and structures that you see as you walk around Paris. You've got like Notre Dame and of course the Eiffel Tower set, and then even like the Van Gogh Starry Night thrown in there.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful architecture here. The cathedral, all these different areas, very, very nicely done. Lots of small elements to make up the simplest details, but they add just that much more to the models.
This building that we saw earlier, this is the St. Raymond Cathedral and School, so we're seeing the front side of that now. And then this mini Batcave is really well done, kind of just all the different scenes you're able to pick apart there as you look in the different parts of the cave. Here is a nice kind of ice skiing scene, and then the Grinch Mountain takes you up the side here with all of these rock elements.
Yeah, there's different interiors and stuff it appears to be on the different sides, different doorways of things happening all over, but then all of everybody climbing up the face of the mountain to get to the top where Santa Claus is right now.
And kind of a similar idea, but this is all down on the ground, and so you get a lot of ice and snow and hockey going on. Then this is the food pyramid type idea, I think. You've got some of that kind of laid out in front of there. And then we'll show you the other side of this layout here. So here we see fantastic reef build from Aubrey. Again, using all of those neon elements, it's so good. Then you've got Friends in the Forest back there. Great tree elements with those kind of vines wrapped around it.
Yeah, and I like the contrast of the olive green, like 3-tab leaf plates with the new white flowers. It really makes the reddish brown underneath of it kind of pop out.
And a fondness for spring, kind of in that same vein. And then we got Over the Hills and Far Away in the very back there. Plum Blossoms, and then Thrawn's Office using Friends style figures.
Interesting. I have not seen, I didn't know they even made Friends figures that would closely resemble Star Wars figures, but you've got the Rebels paint job again against the wall, some of his more art pieces that he has in his office throughout the Rebel series. Very nice details.
These helmets next to that look fantastic. And then here is kind of overgrown, old, dilapidated AT-AT.
Almost like post-Endor, kind of like lazy river type thing with the stormtrooper down in there and the rubber ducky float.
Mm-hmm. And then I think that, let's see, that finishes out back here. I think there are some more builds in the middle, so we can come up here and check those out now. And you'll see on the left here, a lot of the vendors are set up. A lot of their stuff is packed up right now because we're late at night here. This is Friday night. We're recording the first half of the tour. So tomorrow will be the first public day when you get the public flooding in and checking out all of these builds. But we can start here with, I think this is a lot of Star Wars builds here. So exploration of Zepho. And I like the character kind of inside the cave there. Then we've got the creator. Oh, I think this is based on the movie that came out maybe earlier this year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too familiar with it, but the parts usage on a lot of these really cool builds is phenomenal. The smaller scale of builds, but no less detail than you would see.
Mm-hmm. And here we're getting some Apex Legends, and then you got like let's see, it might be like a Last of Us build there, Rebel Pathfinders, Confrontation on Teth. I love this kind of like landing ship there with that unique kind of landing pad coming out.
Yes, I think this is from the Bad Batch season 3 when the Bad Batch meets up with Wolf on the planet Teth, and the colors here using the magenta and then like the very light purple against the dark brown and kind of the vegetation. It looks beautiful. The curvature and the shaping of the ship's cockpit as well is also very, very well done. And
then just some smaller walkers and things in there. Here we see a New Republic staging ground with some of that snow, which always creates a nice kind of different landscape, but especially kind of snow-capped trees there are always cool. See some more of that carried over into these other scenes here as well. More of that snow, and then some of that layering in the sides like you pointed out earlier.
Yeah, so I think this whole pod is Boba Lug, who did one of the bigger builds we saw a little bit earlier, and they are very, very good at doing that edge work. I'm very excited to learn from them to start implementing that in some of my future builds.
That makes a lot of sense then, why you see this carry over here. And yeah, just really excellent landscaping, and even the buildings in there. Here's a nice scene with like using the big clear pillar pieces as like frozen landscaping there as well. Looks great. You got this Imperial landing platform, and then an operating base, which kind of combines up those landscapings with just kind of the black base out there as well. Really nice variety. And these vignettes take you through a whole bunch of different areas. I like the color back here on this one with the Wookiee and then kind of the purples and pinks. Feels very Friendsified. This is kind of a cityscape back there. And then the Ryloth campaign. Just to mix it up, we've got some X-Men in the background.
Yeah, a lot of these more Star Wars-centric or pop culture-centric lugs like to do these very elaborate collaborative efforts using very small builds to tell a broad amount of stories, and I absolutely love how these all flow together.
The explosion looks really great there. We got the Lonely Clone and Duel on Jeddah. The Slice here, and then I like the kind of floating sections of that build. This round build here for Geonosis is really cool. It looks like you can spin around, but it just kind of creates a very different shape.
Yeah, it gives me some real Battlefront vibes, kind of the landscape, but then you've got a lot of the same things you see when you see Geonosis. You've got gunships, you've got clones, you've got droids, a lot of really cool Jedi figures as well.
Seen a lot of various depictions of Geonosis on the show.
It's gotten more and more popular, I think, over the years. I know David Hall has done his very, very large one, and I think that definitely kind of sparked some interest in a lot of other builders attempting a similar landscape fashion.
Then your Assault on Hoth and some of these speeders. A little turf house and a castle courtyard with the one lone guard in there. And then a river outpost with some dead knights outside there. This medieval stable is really nice, especially kind of the detailing up top and kind of inside there.
Yeah, and using the same pieces they use up top for the kind of thatch awning on the right side there is also very nicely done.
We'll move up this direction, headed to the Rebel Lug area, but first there is this very unique layout of some Lego dresses. I think it's dresses that have Lego kind of added onto them as accents. You can see the pink flowers kind of all around this one, and then the leaf elements added onto the green one here.
Yeah, very interesting. Not something you normally see at Lego shows, but these were empty as of earlier today, so I believe she's been putting in a lot of effort to kind of adding these floral additives to both of these dresses.
This is the Jurassic Park layout here, and I don't see, it looks like A&J's Bricks built this, and so this whole area is their huge Jurassic Park layout. We've got kind of a visitor center building, and then of course all the huge fences, but the dinosaurs are always the highlight of any Jurassic Park layout.
Of course, and they have so many of them here, the different enclosures, not the velociraptors, pterodactyls flying over the mountain. You've got the Bronchiosaurus, I think. I'm not a dinosaur expert. Back there eating the trees. Very, very nice display.
And on the other side is Rebel Lug, and you'll see a variety of types of builds. I think right here, I recognize this is from Nanan. So he has a very unique style of building, so the coloring in this is just really cool. This is an Enchanted Pueblo build, and I love the colors and then just the very clean lines on the buildings.
Yeah, very, very different. Like the buildings being studless to the landscape around it, but also, like you said, the very different colors. Have the light pink and the weird kind of off yellow. Very nice colors.
Nanan had a bit of his horror era in the background there. So you've got the door that says "Don't go out," and then the saw bear trap. And then next to that is very different with just this desert monolith. So you've got this one character traveling with the camels to this kind of futuristic monolith looking thing. And then you've got some more kind of space Greeble builds up front.
Yeah, very, very nice parsages in a lot of these. You see a lot of the stretcher carriers from the old Coast Guard sets used to create this kind of wiry looking apparatus, if you will.
And then we've got a little tiger build and something from My Hero Academia. And then this crescent moon, just some incredible kind of sculpting work with those little tiny buildings kind of on the moon there. And then the pagoda in the background, kind of reminiscent of the monolith, those two builds. And then a park from yesteryear. So you've got this little kind of like pagoda structure here on the left, and then this really nice bridge over there. And then I don't know if these boats move or not, but it kind of creates a really nice kind of peaceful, serene feel.
Yeah, they do move. It was on earlier. I think they move with magnets, I believe, underneath. So they have like a set path. There must be some tread or something underneath that kind of runs them in a certain direction, but they move around almost seamlessly. It's very cool to watch.
Here we have I believe another Star Wars scene. This is actually really cool because there's like this whole section down underneath here that it's almost like big giant doors that you can look through.
Yeah, it's, again, we're keeping going back to that under section. This goes almost all the way through. You have a lot of depth perception when you're looking at it from the front or from the side that is here displayed on a corner. Very nice.
And this is the Jeddah Temple is what this is depicting. And so you see a lot more life and kind of minifigs on the left side here as opposed to kind of just the big gray stark building there. But I think this is a really cool layout here. You've got the Coruscant underworld, and I like the kind of green sledge pouring out of the pipes.
Yeah, it's very nice to see kind of that like southern, or I guess for Coruscant it'd be like the underworld-esque like slumish area where you kind of have the outlaws of Coruscant, if you will.
And a wonderful looking lobster dinner and some spaceships, and then a French man of war, and of course shirtless Woody. Always got to give a shout out to shirtless Woody there. Next to Minas Tirith, and then the little courtyard here seen from Minas Tirith. And then next to that is a really nice layout here. This is Honeycrest Village, so just sort of like a medieval village type feel.
Yeah, and I like the use of the different colors here. Like you would normally for the city you'd see like lime green or olive green, I should say. They used lime green and they've gone with purple for the roof. The purple mixed with magenta. Very nice, colorful accents to what you would normally think to be kind of an earthy tone, gray kind of landscape.
Almost a D&D type feel to some of that, which we'll see more of that later on as well. Here's some great character builds, and then this build up here called Safe Retreat is really unique with all those orange bricks packed into the base.
Yeah, and then to the left of that you have the Mothership. That is probably one of my favorite builds so far. I like that very much. Got all the legs with jet propulsion engines to take you wherever in the galaxy you got to go.
I'm not sure if either of those builds are based on anything in particular or really just kind of straight out of the builder's imagination, but they're very impressive, really cool. National parks there to the left, some really nice scenes. Then we've got Starfighter down here, and then this kind of study build, which is really cool, especially like kind of the golden windows and the details inside there. The Heart of the Kingdom next to that with the lit up heart kind of down inside there is really neat.
Yeah, that build, I mean, it's so clean. It's completely studless. The use of a lot of the techniques and small pieces to create very elegant flows, angles, and looks is very, very well done.
That build and this one next to it is by Eli Wilsey, who has that very particular style. You can really recognize a lot of his builds right off the bat because of how clean they are, and just kind of the sense of kind of adventure and awe as you're looking at it and kind of figuring out what's going on in the scene.
Sure, the elegance that he puts into the parts usage to create just such cool details to even just like in this one, the walls and things that you see behind all the figures.
I like this big island up here. So you just see the one figure in the water, but then some really nice landscaping and rock work done by Micah, Eli, and Grant, all fantastic builders. Some flooded ruins. Oh, this little tiny house trailer is great. I don't know if there's an interior on that, but the outside is looking fantastic. The big pirate isle up there looks really nice with the kelp harvest and Gandalf. And then the Rancor's dinner.
It's got the perfect little picnic tablecloth. He's ready for his meal.
And that finishes out the Rebel Lug section. So we'll come over here to Iowa Lug, and they've got quite a large variety of builds. So we can start right here with this one, which is looking very imposing, the Ballad of Unknown. And this looks like a kind of character build standing on a guitar in the middle of lava. So there's a lot to unpack here.
That's quite the story. I'm hoping there's some additional context for this build, but it looks absolutely amazing. The lighting and the lava definitely makes it pop for sure.
Next to that is alien abduction with the UFO kind of pulling a bunch of people up. And then this temple, which has the great rock work and the waterfalls coming out of that, but then the temple up top. You start to see some of the creatures kind of moving around the temple.
For sure. It kind of brings us back to like that idea of like the island and the sky kind of build. It's all built up off of a very high water base, but then very elegant up on the actual land level.
And then we've got the Benton Sport Historic Bridge. So this appears to be based on a real bridge. They have a photo of it there. Benton Sport, Iowa, Historic Bridge. And around this corner, we've got your classic police fire layout. And then we are starting, I believe this is a collaborative layout for Super Smash Brothers.
To my knowledge, yes. I'm not a huge Smash player myself, but I do recognize some of these areas. So
This castle in particular is looking fantastic. I also love just kind of like the clean lines of everything, and you look at the way like this tile work has been done here. Those elements kind of crisscrossed in there to create that floor technique. Looks really great. And kind of everywhere you look here, it's just like more kind of details to pick out.
yeah, and again, we kind of come back to that same scale of like these slightly built up minifigures using system parts to create a lot more posable characters from the game. Very nicely done.
So yeah, we'll definitely have a more in-depth video on this and kind of take you through all those different builds there, but it's great to see some builders collaborating on that. We have a Stargazer Mosaic, and then Jack in the Box Halloween build, and I think Jack and Sally in that same theme here with these mosaics. And we'll round the corner to, let's see, looks like we've got, I think there was something set up maybe on a computer here. Doesn't look like that's going right now. Got some small mosaics in here, and then some little Lego mazes the builders have worked on. And here's the Atlantis stone. Very, very unique kind of rock work in there.
Yeah, and I guess they've kind of gone to portray the hieroglyphs, if you will, of this supposed message to spell out the message on that in Lego, which is very nicely done.
And here's something that's interesting. So you hear a lot of complaints with Lego sets of just kind of being a facade and not a complete build. So this builder has kind of used that to their advantage and put the mirror behind that so you can appreciate both the facade and all the details inside.
Yeah, that's a really cool idea. I don't know if I've ever seen a mirror used to portray the interior of a build. As we talked a little bit about earlier with the bag end build, having the roof off so you can see inside, where basically capturing the same essence. You have the beautiful architecture on the outside, but can you really appreciate the time and effort went into the interior as well?
And based on the photos, this is the Historic Park Inn Hotel, which is a real building, it looks like. Up above there is some really cool builds, especially that well with the contrasting bright yellow and kind of teal colors is really nice. The lantern next to that with the character inside there is really cool. We've got a bike shop. Oh, and I love this use of the kind of fish tank to create the underwater coral scene already in the fish tank.
Yeah, I feel like as LEGO continues to expand the part pools of a lot of these newer, brighter colors, people tend to explore more and more with what is actually capable.
Here we see a D&D module. You've got kind of the main battle in the middle and then little scenes kind of all around it. Up above, we've got the Alien movie poster from 1979. And then this crazy Tyranny of Dragons build with all of the heads of the creature going on there in the lava. There's a lot happening there.
There is. So you got, I guess, another D&D aesthetic to a build. So Tiamat, the Queen of Dragons, with, I guess, what I would assume to be kind of 5 different disciplines of dragon heads all doing different things, but don't quote me on that.
And once again, we've got kind of a Hydra, so in the same vein, but not as much lava in this one. We've got a micro-scale city up top there. And then got some little lighted up builds. The archive here with all these gold elements, and then those great kind of yellow-orange leaves. We've got Redemption there up top with the cross depicted, and let's see. We got a pirates build here. This is kind of like a futuristic sort of junkyard fight, I'd call it.
Yeah, almost looks like kind of superficial, like mech versus the remnants of humanity kind of build. I like the amount of greebling and loose parts underneath to kind of simulate, like you said, like that kind of junkyard aesthetic.
And that finishes out the Iowa LUG section. So we'll go back around here and make our way over to Denlug and check out some of their builds here. We'll start right on the corner. This is Escape and Discovery. Kind of a crash landed on a different planet.
Yeah, they're trying, I guess, find some of the new resources. They've got appears to be kind of some testing center to figure out what exactly they have found.
Here's a bunch of Lego bison, it looks like, in different color schemes, so very unique there. Looking good. Then we've got some builds from Moto, incredible builder, somebody we've featured a number of times. He builds these large kind of heads. So you've got the wolf and the cat, and then also kind of in the cat family here, but with like a lot of added leaves on the side as well.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, these are all functional. He was wearing one of them around yesterday, which was creepy, but I mean, they look amazing from the outside, and to my knowledge, the inside has all kinds of structure with ball joints and things like that to keep it a coherent piece.
He does indeed wear these. We'll actually hit this section out front here real quick and then come back around to that. So this is also from Den Lug. I believe this is just kind of a large medieval layout. I don't know if there is like a D&D idea in terms of like parties moving through here or not, but there is a lot to unpack, from the huge castle up on the cliff face, then of course your medieval town with the church in the middle and your windmill and kind of all the iconic structures, moving out into past the city wall, which looks fantastic. This forest is amazing.
For sure, yeah. The stained glass window on the cathedral of the church is probably one of my favorite aspects, the lighting behind that. But with big castle displays, you see this very large kind of facade or wall that then leads out into the woodland or the more outlandish area of the build. Very nicely done.
I like this little pond here. I think these are some otters kind of chilling in the water there. Then you've got very much kind of updated version of the old Forestman type theme there with the large towers and woods. And then that takes us to the Duke's estate. So this large structure here, very fancy looking sort of manor house, looking really nice. We'll come back to the rest of Den Lug with this large Hogwarts build there in the middle. And then coming around the corner, it's time for more Star Wars and X-Wings and just kind of different depictions of famous Star Wars scenes. And then this all gold car. I like they have a photo of what inspired that. It's quite something.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a one-to-one replica, but I definitely would rather drive the Lego one than the one in the picture, for sure.
And then, of course, you've got Spike and George with the cactus, looking fantastic. Jack Frost's headquarters here. We've got a dog mosaic and a little fox and butterfly scene, another dog here. And then we've got this coat with some added Lego detailing, so it's always fun to see that combination of Lego and wearables. And then just some smaller kind of habitat type builds here as well to finish this section out. We'll move across then to this side, and I think this is just a mix of builders over here, but we start with what some might consider to be a bit of an abomination of Fabuland creatures.
Fabuland and Aztec crossover there, I guess.
It's what we've all been asking for.
For sure.
So that is quite something, especially the big yellow temple there is quite something to see. Then we've got One Way Out. And it looks like there's kind of like battles going on here on all sides. Oh, and there's the builder's spinning it for us. Thank you so much. Fantastic. So you can appreciate this from all the different angles and the different scenes happening inside here.
Yeah, so this is actually from the Andor series. This is the prison break on Narkina 5, I believe. So he's got the hallway scenes, the scenes where they work, as well as the control center where they take over the prison itself. Very, very nicely done. I love the greebling on the outside. Great build.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Of course. Oh, and this build around the corner here is fantastic. The lighting, especially in here, looks really, really nice, and you get kind of the big pot effect going on, and then the tree work around that looks great as well.
Yeah, the use of very dark colors. He's got the dark brown and the dark green contrast very nicely to the very bright lighted colors he has with the cauldron and the surrounding stuff with, I believe it's Scarlet Witch in the back.
Little Minecraft sword, and then the Fabled Realms chessboard. So this is not only a chess build, but it's really an entire medieval build kind of built around the chessboard, and you see kind of where each side is sending its troops from. So it's a whole story built around here. This is from Philip and Maria Stratsma, who are just like two incredibly talented builders, and they've been doing stuff at Brickworld for many, many years, and it's always great to see their builds.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. I like how they integrated the river kind of coming through and cracking up the board in the back there, but you got the minecart on this side, you've got some of the orc faction stuff on the other side. Very, very cool.
And this series of builds is Friendships and Farewells, kind of showing a story over time with the dog. And you kind of see the bench and the trees and just kind of how it's changed over time, and I think is really neat to see that depicted with Lego. We've got a grasshopper and some buildable figures, some botanicals down in there. This build here, I have not seen it running, but it looks like the ship is actually on some train track in there, and it looks like it can move around the island.
Yeah, I haven't seen it moving yet either, but the rockwork around the base is all snot going up to it, and they've had the different kind of towers built on different levels, which is really cool because everyone starts differently, so everyone ends differently, and they're all different colors, which helps kind of break it up. You've got a lot of the ivies and different foliage pieces too as well.
Here's some more of that wearable Lego. This is poison ivy, and you see that net technique used to create kind of the wearable bendable elements here.
Yeah, I love nets. Everyone knows that now. But she was actually wearing this earlier. It was actually 100% wearable. It was really cool to see her walking around with it, but very nicely done using those net techniques.
And as we come around the corner here, this is a very unique build here. And so you see the use of these purple elements that you don't see very often, and then the large sort of like tiger build underneath there, holding up this whole character build.
Yeah, they've got all kinds of like wind screens in there. I don't know what's printed on the tiles on the tiger, but to use those as like the spots is a really cool idea.
And then this plum blossom art and kind of the creature's head next to that looks really nice. And then a small little version of Maleficent, which we saw the much larger mosaic earlier. You've got your 1989 Taylor Swift mosaic, and then your classic space. So it's kind of like the Black Falcon's Fortress, and then an updated version of it next to it.
The Lego version and the mock version, if you will.
And then we've got, this is Revenge of the Blues. So it looks like we've got just kind of a medieval battle going on here. And then just a Lego room depiction going on here.
The title of said mock is Collaborating with Non-Lego Spouse. So for anyone at home who has a spouse that is not as keen to your Lego hobby as you are, you can probably relate pretty closely to that build.
This turtle tank next to that is really cool. And even the trees and everything just kind of all inside the tank is very nice. Got this animal park, and then a wolf in the woods. Tons of detail packed into this one.
Yeah, very nicely done. Using the claw pieces for that kind of thatched roof, but that front wall also being offset at a certain angle. Very well captured. It gives a very natural looking facade to a kind of woodland type house.
And then I think we finish out this section with the Crow's Nest, which is this medieval tower built on this black round base that looks fantastic. So we'll move down to the next display, which is a smaller square. This is the Eurobricks collab. So for anyone who has seen any of our Brickworld coverage in past years, Eurobricks does a collaborative layout every single year, and it's always something very unique and usually unexpected, and this year might have topped everything else. This is the Lego Scala Murder Mystery Mansion build, and despite what you might be thinking right now, this is all 100% Lego in here.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what I was looking at when I first walked in here on Thursday, but the amount of detail they've gone into, even with the larger scale figures, right, it kind of creates this bigger scale. You have a lot more room to do a lot more between like the crest on the front of the house above the doorway, which is very beautifully done. You've got the stables over here, and I believe it has a full interior as well.
Absolutely. We can go around the corner and you can see the collaborative element of this build is mostly through the fact that different builders took each room, kind of created their own scene, and there's a variety of deaths or near deaths happening throughout the build. And I think what makes this so cool is building at this scale for Scala is you use elements in very different ways. So like this chair down here, for instance, uses like the video bands there as like rubber elements around it. So when you're not building a minifigure scale, you have to approach it with kind of very different techniques and parts in mind.
Sure, and you're building much larger structures too, whether for like the bathtub or any of the other furniture aspects. Where if you're building for minifig scale, you're using 5 or 6 parts, whereas here you're probably using 50 or 60 parts. Very, very different attention to approach of a build.
We have a more in-depth video that we'll be posting as well that you can find on the channel of that, where you kind of go through the whole story. Here we've got a huge variety of Lego Air Force planes of all sorts of different sizes, and you can see some of them have like cargo being loaded onto them, but it's just great to see these kind of all displayed at once here. Very impressive layout.
Yeah, these were at World War Brick last weekend as well, so Dale brought his airfield. He had a couple of additional planes there. I believe one of them, I want to say it's the B-50, he has working motors on. Those will probably be on tomorrow during the public hours, but very nice, very clean looking planes, attributed to stuff we see a lot at Brick Fair, Virginia every year.
Got the B-24J Liberator, and then here is like a sort of zombie type build. And then you've got a skeleton battle happening. I like the iceberg lounge here. That signage up top looks really nice. As we come around the corner, this amusement mile is a really impressive build. I was looking at this earlier, and it's just like all the color and then just Batman standing there at the entrance. So imposing.
Yeah, lots of color, and then the use of the olive and all the reddish brown foliage to kind of mute the color of the actual facade of the amusement park behind it. But I really like the water technique. It's built a horizontal slab using regular black, trans black, and trans clear panels to create a kind of a murky water look. Very, very nicely done.
Yeah. It's easy to miss that section because the rest of it's so bright, but when you really start to take it all in as one piece, it's really magnificent. So is this your build here?
No. This is the gentleman next to us. But
Okay.
you're pointing out exactly what he worked very hard.
There we go.
This was a 6-month project, so yes.
6-month project. Yeah, thank you. So shout out to the builder there. Then we've got the battle for Caen. I think this is in France, and you've got a World War II battle going on.
Yeah, it's very. The wheat field technique has become very, very popular over the years. I like kind of the more or less 1 or 2 dimensional shift through kind of a city alley. So looking at it from one end, you get to look all the way down. From one side, you kind of see both sides. Very, very nicely done.
Any build that can kind of draw your eye through and kind of create that perspective is always really nice. It's also cool to take photos that way.
For sure, yeah. Getting that kind of 2D or even one-dimensional perspective for like looking down it from an alley perspective is a really cool way to portray a build.
And we'll keep moving down this direction. Got a few more tables that I think we'll show you tonight in the first half of the tour, and then we'll finish it out tomorrow night. But we've got this D-Day Normandy Beach. So we saw one D-Day scene earlier. I really like this one, just the level of detail with kind of the defensive fortifications and then just kind of all the landscaping work as well.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of D-Day, every year regardless, and every single one of them has a little bit more creative liberty of how they want to depict it with their figures, with their vehicles. Very nicely done. I like the amount of greebled landscape here at the base and the size of the bunker up top with the trenches. Very nicely done.
Mm-hmm. And we'll go to the right side then here as we've got the Midnight Siege, and so you've got this fenced-in area, kind of a battle taking place. Looks like you even got these bricks involved there on the side. And then you've got this little mini castle with some of these really detailed custom minifigs in there.
Yeah, I believe those are probably from K-Town bricks, would be my assumption. Great figures, great little build to supplement for such detailed figures as well.
And these planes are from, it looks like mostly World War II on the left, and then you kind of get more modern as you go down the line here. So it's almost kind of like a bit of a timeline, it looks like here.
Yeah, I think most of these, if not all of them, are from Brick Veteran or Cody Osell, who designed stuff for Brickmania for quite a while, is now doing some of his own stuff. The huge bomber here on the end is probably one of my favorites, the B2 Spirit. They brought it without the printed tiles, and then had to figure out how to line up all the printed tiles, and it turned out very, very nicely.
Yeah, that is really fantastic there. Cody is a builder that we featured many years ago when he was with Brickmania and had some great builds, so it's cool to see him still doing work. Then we've got some mosaics in here like Groot, and you've got your Stitch mosaic, and it's like Goofy, the dogs here, and then even some minifigs depicted as well. And then this is, I think, a Five Nights at Freddy's build, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
It would appear so. I am not a huge horror person, so this game gives me nightmares. But from my understanding of it, this would appear to be probably like the during the daytime, seeing as all the animatronics are on the stage singing and not chasing you down.
I'm with you on that. I'm scared very easily, so not for me. But this cupcake is a very interesting build here. And then you've got this large like Voltron in sort of like frozen Disney colors is what I'm going to call that. That's what that reminds me of. Here's a poker set, and this looks like it's pretty much 100% Lego.
Yeah, it looks like I'm coming back here for Adult Swim to see what's going to happen. But they've got all the hands out. They've got the different chip denominations. They've even have the case to hold everything built out of Lego. Beautiful, clean, very nice.
This caution sign with the no spaceships there, once again, also all built out of Lego, but very clean looking. Bonsai Bill looks great, and then these heels on the kind of mirror display are really nice. Got some paint cans here. I like how some of them are tipped over and the lids are off. The crushed cans look really great.
Yeah, and on the back side of the caution is now caution no step, and it's a picture of a Lego brick as opposed to no spaceship. So instead of not stepping on the ladder, don't step on Lego bricks.
Then we've got human skull here with the light up eyes. Really nice mosaic there with kind of like some 3D building, so really makes it kind of pop off the background. Little paper airplanes. Homework, everyone's favorite depiction to do with Lego. Just a lot of like almost kind of like one-to-one scale type things we see in here.
Sure, and we come down to, we've got a Zippo lighter next to some dynamite. We've got a pocket flask, right, all you really need. We then get into some really nice, very nice ships. So we've got the K-157 Akula class submarine, as well as the Imperial Japanese Navy Yamato. At the time of its creation, the largest battleship in the world that was sunk preemptively during the Battle of Okinawa. So very nicely built there.
And then one thing this builder has done is a bit of a timeline with the Mustang builds, and so you've got the different iterations of it kind of lined up here in the front, the A, B, C, and D variants, and then the back is some more varieties of different bombers and fighter planes as well. So that finishes that section, and we will come back down here to show you a couple more displays. And this is, I believe, another Star Wars build here. So this is the Streets of Jeddah. That's what the mock card says.
Yeah, so another similar kind of big, slummy cityscape kind of build. We've seen a lot of Jeddah so far, but again, you see this very natural built edge, using a lot of wedge plates, a lot of wedge bricks to make it as naturally looking as possible. This kind of weird curvature, it lends itself very nicely to the tables. It's great.
And as we go around to the left side, this is Tales of the Jedi, so kind of individual scenes. Looks like not your typical kind of Star Wars builds here.
Yeah, this might be he's got the comic book there. I'm assuming this is some kind of canonical stuff from that aspect of the community, but some very nice little islands. Again, we see a similar building series to some of the things we saw over in Empire Lug a little while ago for each figure.
Here's the Wind Rises, and really nice landscaping on that build. And we've got this Howl's Cottage, which again, just like the contrast there of like the tan building with that green grass looks really nice. I like the sushi sign here with the water, kind of I think a post-APOC type idea.
Yeah, and again, we see the use of those window panes now in the trans black on a no base, just kind of poured out on the table to create as natural of a circular or rounded look as possible.
Mm-hmm. And we'll come over here to this is P is for Greebling. It looks like maybe looks like the Purdue logo at first. I'm not totally sure if that's what that is, but that's kind of what that reminds me of. Then we've got Unlikely Heroes. This is Pizza Man and Six Pack Jack hanging out there with a very scary looking tunnel.
Yeah, and I guess it lights up from one end so you can see all the way down in there. There's probably something in the back to tell the story even further between the Pizza Man and Six Pack Jack.
And Lily of the Valley, and then a translucent monarch, a big butterfly. Then the Tricky Lug Bakery. Some animals here, almost kind of brickhead style animals. Got some brick separators on vacation. They need a break as well. We've got the Muppet Christmas Carol, so we saw some Christmas Carol scenes earlier. Goldfinch, state bird of New Jersey. Some upscaled Care Bears in really unique colors.
Yeah, they've kind of crafted the whole spectrum here. They've got them all stacked out, and they have minifigure versions to go with each one of them, all with their, I guess, their discipline on their chest of their what they're about.
There we go. I love this Clue board game. So this appears to be a playable game. It's also on Lego Ideas as well, but there's so much detail in every room.
Yeah, I mean the board game itself, like being able to then build stuff in Lego and play the game. Similar as we've seen a lot of D&D stuff so far. I think there was a Catan board somewhere last year, but board games you can play, and a lot of during the events people will actually open the games for play for all the exhibitors to show. So if not any more reason to come out and display at a Lego show than to play some your favorite board games.
And when your brick separators on vacation, you can build Lego Star Wars chips out of them if you want, or use your Fabuland figures and pieces to create Star Wars scenes as well. I also like the old time memories display up there on the top row. Some character vignettes from Fabuland, and then let's see, we've got just like a variety of scenes and like little micro spacey zoomers in the middle here.
Yeah, the butterfly in the sky from a Reading Rainbow TV commercial from when I was in elementary school. Great. And then some of the more like classic Lego minifigures and their vehicles over here on the left past the spaceships. So
really a great showing from Fabuland this year for sure.
yeah, I don't know if any show I have ever been to I have seen a Fabuland build, and now that we've seen 10, 12, something like that.
And then here's a unique mixture of art and Lego bricks. So it's depicting a portrait of a specific piece and then kind of using that to base the frame off of.
That is really cool. One of the things you see within the Lego community is that people are creative with a lot of different mediums. We all come from different backgrounds, and so someone who is talented on a 2D scale with drawing things and then building out that on a 3D scale with Lego is really awesome to see at these shows.
And then we've got another nice underwater scene with a shark. Looks like devouring someone there, so it's not going so well.
Yeah, and all the sharks appears to have the Lego bodies, but then they have brick-built heads to be different kind of species of sharks. So you've got the hammerhead down there. Probably so you've got the swordfish-esque shark up top, and then a mermaid who's not having a good day. Oh, that's not a mermaid. That's someone without the lower hat. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
They're being eaten, that's all you can say. And then you've got Kermit next to that and some of these skeleton figures. And then here we've got it's kind of a sunset ship build here. And then Heart Lake, so maybe the biggest depiction of this black light technique that we've seen so far, and then also mixing like Duplo and so many different elements.
Yeah, they've got Duplo. I think they've got some Scala down here as well, but I much appreciate the backdrop as well. They've kind of added the water-esque facade to the back of it to really sell it that much more.
I like the large kind of like manta ray coming over the top there as well. So I think that will wrap up part one of the tour. So we don't want to go too long at once, or else we kind of just fall over from exhaustion at the end. We will come back tomorrow night after the public all leave and finish out the rest of the hall. But thank you for everyone who has stuck with us so far into the tour. We'll be back tomorrow night for more exciting commentary on the rest of Brickworld.
For sure. We got quite a bit more left to go. We've got a lot of awesome builds still left to see, including a lot of Mosaics, probably some more Fabuland, so stick around.
You don't want to miss that. We are back. This is part 2 of our tour video, so we're going to complete showing you the entire rest of the convention hall here and try to show you every single build that's left in the convention hall, starting with this fantastic food truck display right here.
Yeah, I love it. You've got a lot of different types of cuisines represented. You've got some lights in there. Very nice build.
As a future pastry chef, you can pick out, a pastry food truck someday and maybe build it.
Of course, coffee trucks are the big hit. Do that and some fresh croissants, it's game over.
Then we've got Micropolis layout. I don't think this is, not anywhere in particular. It's just kind of a general layout, micro scale layout. This is a graveyard of retired themes. I remember seeing this last year, and I love this idea so much. So you can just look at this and pick out kind of whatever the themes might have been from your childhood or some of your favorite nostalgic themes.
Yeah, it is really cool, almost like a time warp, seeing the evolution of Lego, if you will, throughout the years.
Up above that, we've got Pokemon mosaics with some really nice lighting in them, so that's very impressive. I think that really makes those stand out nicely. Got a little pinball arcade, and then a small, just couple cubes from New Hashima. So for everyone who watched our coverage of Brickworld last year, the absolute insane highlight was the incredible, mind-blowing New Hashima collaborative layout. So this is, Dan has brought a couple of his cubes here.
Yeah, definitely a really cool layout. I did not get to see the whole thing in person, but from the video on the channel was amazing, and just the amount of different kinds of parts and things they've used to build this whole city out is amazing.
Our video is 2.5 hours long on that collaborative layout, if you're wondering how big that was. Now we have the Art of Color, and then we've got the Joy of Rainbows, some very colorful builds. This is a pet store. You can pick out your favorite pet in there. And then some Harry Potter minifigs and some smaller, speaking of chefs, there you go.
Yeah, that's a very full kitchen. I don't know if I could work in those conditions, but a very cool build nonetheless.
And some little squares and flowers. And then up above here is called Grandma's Quilt. This is really impressive using, I think it's that net technique right there.
Yeah, really cool. We saw a dress last night, and this is an Afghan or blanket using a similar technique using those nets, and we'll see some more of that as we continue going on.
And that's something I know you've used in your own building as well for like rock work. So there's a really big variety of ways you can use that. It's a really cool technique.
It really is. The malleability of that element and being able to apply it to so many different areas of Lego is really unique.
This is the Beatles rooftop mystery tour here. So for all the Beatles fans out there, you've got their Abbey Road concert, but then also kind of smaller vignettes representing some of the other highlights of their career as well. And then we've got a space food truck up above that with the HAL 9000. And then Tales from the Final Frontier and Mr. Rogers' Trolley. And down below is Songs Brought to Life, I believe this is called. So it's sort of visual representations of different music, I think is what's going on here.
Interesting. Yeah, and we see again that bigger scale of kind of these maxi figs that add a little bit more posability, and we come back to that kind of island aspect of different builds all put together to create one collaborative effort.
And then we have a little summer scene up there and a little kind of forced perspective vignette. We got Darth Raven's lightsabers, and then Raven versus Darth Malak here. And a cool little duel on Mustafar. Looks like maybe is that a Tensei Gritty? Yeah, oh, that does say it's Tensei Gritty there, yeah. Oh, we've got very interesting, this is the Has-Been Hotel. Really unique color palette here.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the magenta or some purplish color, but that and the gold is a very nice color choice for sure.
And then the Battle of Urbana down below that, Star Wars battle, using a ton of those masonry bricks as kind of the base for that whole battle. Up above we've got Frank Sinatra mosaic, a mixture of tiles and kind of one-by-one studs to create that effect. This is the Windy City LUG, which is the greater Chicago area kind of LUG, by the way, so that's what all these builders are representing. I love these kind of scaled up minifigs here. You can see the small one, the actual minifig next to it. That's always really cool to see builders tackle that.
Yeah, it is really cool. You see the amount of detail they've gone in to add, like especially on the Imperial Soldier, the epaulettes and the buttons down the torso. Really nice touch.
And then there's this, like, I think a tofu shop and some cars here next to that. Up top, we've got a bunch of like kind of smaller micro, various like mechs and walkers and just characters it looks like up there. And then there's a boat race at Brickworld every year in the hotel pool, which is kind of one of the more unique things that happens at the show. You can see one of the contestants there. And we've got some habitats up above that. And then this is a hamster brigade. So it's a entire like control room run by hamsters.
Yeah, the glass windows let you see all the details in there. You're completely running the entire universe. It appears to attach to the very large robot factory next to it. Very interesting hamsters will take over the world.
Up above that, we've got some great movement in the Super Empire Strikes Back giant Wampa creature. So it's like a video game boss fight happening here, and the movement's really neat on that.
Yeah, I can't say I ever played the game, but the movement on that, the arms, the mouth, and then Luke Skywalker going back and forth is really, really cool.
And then a Swamp Thing creature next to that, and Batman, The Dark Knight Returns. We've got looks like some Transformers here, and some spacecraft, Parliament of Owls, and then this big mosaic of, I believe, Star Wars, I want to say.
Yeah, I believe it's Bo-Katan Kryze's helmet. The mock is titled Night Owl, which I believe is like the female faction of Mandalorian hunters.
There we go. Next to that, we've got Door County bricks. So this is, I believe, just kind of different landmarks from Door County, and it looks like they've represented them at sort of a micro type scale. Get trees similar to you see like at the base of the Eiffel Tower set, so kind of that type of scale, I think is what's going on here. There's tons and tons of different buildings represented, so quite a lot of work and effort went into that. This whole side, I believe, is Nick Jensen, who's a builder that we've featured many, many times on Beyond the Brick for his incredible scale weapons, but this is his album covers.
Yeah, the album covers are great, and even further down from that, we have all of his life-size 1-to-1 scale weapons from various video games. And as a huge gamer, and I'm sure many of watching are as well, you can definitely appreciate the amount of effort that goes into these, and some of these are probably rather recognizable for you.
Much more important, though, is his YouTube silver play button build represent the 100,000 subscriber play button that he has there next to it. Really just kind of flexing on everyone going by.
Yeah, he's really setting the bar high for everybody else displaying at Windy City LUG.
But his builds are amazing. I also like how he started to display his builds here. I think the display element is really nice as well. And then, of course, you've got to have your banana for scale in there. Around the corner to the other side of Windy City LUG, and you've got this huge Lord of the Rings Hobbiton. Then up above that is a bunch of kind of like Middle Earth builds. You've got busts, you've got creatures, you've got the towers, so some of everything going on there. And then the Lion Knight's castle at this side, kind of incorporating Hobbiton and the Lion Knight's castle all in one. Very colorful Minions build then next to that. I guess it's kind of like a whole Minions house. Yeah,
it looks like you see with these LUG displays, you have very different builds, right? We have the Lord of the Rings, Minions, we get into some more Mosaics as well, sports teams, Star Wars, everything you can imagine.
Some more of these maxi type figs with larger scale builds, and then we got the Pac-Man figures back there, this Rose mosaic. Here's a Technic figure scale house, which is really interesting to see Technic figures represented.
Yeah, very interesting. And it appears he has a Lego collection on the wall where he's using the clear oven pieces to sort all of his parts. That's a really nice touch.
We've got the Rubik's Cube up above that, and a lot of Bionicle-inspired sort of creatures. And then we've got zombie versions of Disney characters, I think, going on here. It's quite the intense display right there. Some rock monster creatures down here as well. Then just like general kind of Johnny Bravo, you got the armadillo back there. Here we have the tank. So this is looks like a shark tank that you can kind of walk into the middle of.
Yeah, some kind of aquarium-esque or aqua feature, if you will. But
yeah, looking fantastic with the lights on. And then we've got bricks being exploded up, scaled up here through this machine from a normal 2x4 to this much larger scale brick on the right side. And behind that, you've got some of these medieval scenes back here, an Olympic balance bar. And then even like a Christmas scene. It's like a bit of a zoo back there and a fish mosaic. You got some hockey over there, little train vignettes. This Stitch in the Laundry is pretty funny here.
Yeah, lots of different things going on. You've got treasure hunt happening up top with almost like a dreamscape happening above it. Some 2D, some 3D. Very nice.
How many frogs can you find in this whole shoe build? Kind of very fairy tale inspired. It looks like there's quite a few in there. You can pick those out. Got more frogs on the dinosaurs over here. Then you've got the Chicago Loop. It's like a metro map here in the Chicago area, I believe. And down here is submarine built with the red Lego mug and Duplo behind it. Some of everything going on there.
Yeah, very nice parseages across not even just system but other scales. And Windy City appears to like to hide things in their builds. We established last night that I'm awful at finding things, but they've got mugs here, they've got frogs here. I think there's one. They've got helmets down on the end here as well. I think I found like 4 helmets earlier, standing here for like a half an hour. So.
You know, we all have our strengths and weaknesses in life. This is a little underwater scene. Then we've got more of these habitats are very popular this year. We've seen many different versions of these.
I think it's something that's so easy to get into, right? It's such a, at the simplest form, a small amount of pieces that if you're new to building or you want to add to a collaborative display, you can build a couple of habitats. These appear to all be, or mostly be, CMF figures to kind of been put into their home turf, their habitats. Again, presents the name.
And then we've got 2 fantastic Frank Lloyd Wright Star Wars crossover builds. So we've interviewed this builder a couple of times. He does very unique builds with combining these 2 very different styles up. So this is the Padme Amidala house on this side, and on the left is the Owen Lars house. So it's very interesting, really unique builds, a very different spin on your typical Star Wars builds. Next we have a crazy cube.
Yeah, very colorful, lots of stuff happening. I like the different tiers that you kind of have exterior and interior levels happening on this. Very nice.
Down in front here, we've got a really nice variety of kind of different colors represented. So I think these are all Casey McCoy, who does really fantastic work. He's actually got some of this in like a theater form back there as well. But you just look at like the landscaping and the way the trees and the bases are done is amazing.
Yeah, I like the approach to techniques here and the use of, like you said, of all the different colors, the use of track links to create kind of the rounded base on the one you're looking at now and the one next to it. A very sleek kind of white architectural look, using the nets to kind of flow the grassy growing on you, so flowing off the edge.
And a couple more in that series here on the left side, and then his mosaics up top there. And then to finish out this section, we've got these movie posters with Forrest Gump, Deadpool, and Jaws. It's built in kind of a 3D manner, looking very impressive. We'll now head back down to continue down this aisle and take you past the end of Windy City LUG. Once again, we always try our best to show as many of the builds as we possibly can, so pretty much scour the entire show for you to the best of our ability. Next up is Fox Love. This is the Green Bay, Northeast Wisconsin LUG. Starting off with this Porg cube. So for all the Star Trek fans out there, you get a little crossover.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what the interior structure of that. He has so many greeble effects on the exterior, and then of course the army of porgs that seem to be attached to it.
We have this Unity mosaic up top here on kind of this easel. I like how they have the light on that. And then down below is this mining expedition build. Here is a Dora the Explorer lenticular mosaic. So it's a kind of a combination with the characters being out front and then the lenticular changing depending on what perspective you're looking at it.
Yeah, I think from this side it's the house, and then from the other side maybe an open field with some clouds up above it. But.
And some trains and crawlers, Technic vehicles here. We have this medieval farm that appears to have opened a portal from the undead, possibly, something like that, and they are invading this medieval farm. And then there's also like a ship coming into harbor here as well.
Yeah, very nice use of movement on this build. You've got the windmill, the dragon, what appears to be a green tornado in the middle there, as well as some fire effects happening. Figures being moved around. Very, very nice.
And as we round the corner, you get to see another perspective on this waterfall build with the hoard of treasure underneath here, under this rock work in this cave is very impressive. Then we've got a lot more movement in this next build as well. This is the Arctic display, and so you've got the Fox Lug kind of banner being unfurled there with all the snow, and you've got the husky dogs over here with the helicopter. I like all the movement.
Yeah, I absolutely love this build. Like how simplistic the framework seems to be. You have such intricate framework for the movement with the bulldozer, with the sled dogs. The bulldozer is probably my favorite part of this build.
And this next build has some crazy architecture kind of going in all sorts of different directions called What's Up Danger. And I think this is inspired by the Spider-Verse movies. And you've got the Daily Bugle there in the middle, but then these buildings shooting off in all sorts of directions.
Yeah, I think the real danger is setting this up without dropping these buildings on the floor.
But yeah, the angles they've got that at are really cool there. Here's a hidden Harry Potter moments with just tons of different scenes from Harry Potter inside it. And then kind of the books on the front. Switching up scales entirely, we've got the Duplo Duplex dollhouse where you can look inside and see all sorts of scenes here inside Duplo. So another fantastic Duplo build.
Yeah, very nice interior. You've got essentially what you would seem to see what we just saw in the Hogwarts castle, but now on an even bigger scale using Duplo.
This next lineup of builds is a ton of lenticular mosaics, starting with a huge Bob Ross one. And then we've got Van Gogh with his portrait and then his one of his still lifes. We've got the Mona Lisa here. And then I think the next run of these is all Doctor Who inspired from different doctors from the run of the TV show over the years. And then finally we get to a couple of the Packers mosaics here. So again, this is the Wisconsin lug, so kind of some local sports representation. Then this fantastic hummingbird and this lion and the lamb build here. With some really unique colors used in that. Next to this giant Excalibur sword with a battle underneath.
Yeah, very nice, super clean sword. And you have the open landscape with the black falcons and the classic, I guess, lion knights on the right there, fighting it out to see who is going to get to wield Excalibur.
This is a bake-off, so this I think would be more your style here, Caden.
Yeah, this is right up my alley. This is really nice. The way they have all the stations set up, almost like what you would see on a TV show. Actually, it appears they have a TV show.
I think there's
They
like
got
a
the boom
judges
mic.
panel.
They've got a boom mic. They've got a camera up front. They've got the judges panel. Very nicely done.
We'll request if the builder could like insert your minifig as one of the contestants there.
Yeah, I'll bring my sig fig by tomorrow morning.
This is Friends of Fair Garden Bristol Renaissance Fair. So this is super cool, kind of the classic Renaissance Fair vibe. And it looks like almost like a custom printed base plates that's built on.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. It appears to be some sort of almost like cobblestone printed base plate that they were able to build on top of. Adds a really nice touch to it without having to get too intense greebling, building your own kind of pathways or anything like that. Very nice.
Up here are some adorable purple penguins in this mosaic with the frogs used as a frame all around it. Then we've got this castle stadium with some lights on it. And then speaking of castles, this is the huge, I think, Mouse Guard inspired, judging by all of the mice minifigures here, inspired castle. But there's also this like serpent rabbit battle happening.
Yeah, I like the alternative to, knights and more knights. Now you have owls, rabbits, snakes, mice, and just about any other creature you could possibly think of duking it out over this castle.
Going in a totally different direction, we have the claw from Toy Story filled all the way up with all the aliens and Woody and Buzz being pulled out. Got some Marvel and Star Wars builds, and then this Standard Oil full-service gas station that's just super detailed and super clean looking is really nice. Then in front of that, we've got a bunch of weapons from Blade Runner here. It looks like these are all from Blade Runner. This next build after that is a really unique looking ship.
Yeah, almost like a steampunk-esque masted ship. It's got what appears to be jet-propelled wings on the base of it. The gold accents to the reddish-brown and the dark blue make this ship pop very nicely with the big, almost hex-patterned sails. Very nice.
And this is from Daniel Church, who has a couple of builds here. He also has this Bentley from Good Omens, which is super well-done car as well, kind of building at this larger scale. We have the Monk and the Dancing Stones with some movement going on. Really subtle movement, but it works very effectively. Looks really nice. Then this is Beacon 117. So is that flex tubes there to connect that up?
I believe it is, and this does spin. I don't think it's on or if it's on right now, but it's very cool when it rotates all the way around this post or stand that it's on.
You can see quite a few of these have been nominated for awards there, which is very impressive. But Dan Church is a really incredible builder, so it's great to see that being recognized. Here we have the second battle of Geonosis with a very different take on kind of the orange accents on the gunship.
Yeah, a very interesting color palette for the gunship with olive green, the light gray, or dark tan, and the orange. They've got the Geonosian troopers in there as well to airlift out the wounded 501st troopers there.
And then this is Fallout Vaults, so kind of a stacked vaults idea here representing different parts of the Fallout universe. Some lights in there. Here we've got a little medieval kind of peasant scene. And then this is a concert in here. Got a building being built, and then a stormtrooper with his helmet off, so you get to see his smiley face under there. And then a little stormtrooper sort of cafe, it looks like, enjoying some tea. And then a whole bunch of scenes here with more Star Wars.
Yeah, lots of crossovers, what appears to be. They've got a ball pit down here on the right. They've got a Wizard of Oz takeover of Imperial stormtroopers flying around. The rave down in the bottom, and of course the pizza party up towards the top. Very nice.
A lot of fun being had there. I love it. Then we get into what's a mixture of like a medieval, maybe Renaissance fair idea with just a modern city and trains running through it. There's a lot to take in here, but I like this is like a duck boat type idea, it looks like, on land and sea. Then you've got the big tunnel that goes into the trains there. Here's a LUG cheese castle. You get custom printed cheese heads.
Yeah, very nice. They've got a lot of custom elements in that. It lends itself well to the Renaissance medieval up top while still fitting into the aesthetic of the city down below.
And more buildings here as we get down to this. It's kind of like almost like a Moab kind of out west national park vibe going on with those rock layers. Then we get to this water, very parts intensive. Appears to be a rubber duck spillage happening off the back of the boat, and they are heading all over the place.
They are making their way downtown. You've got a lot of different watercrafts here. You've got speedboat, some underwater submarine, some Imperial soldiers out here on their lanterned-up boat. But the rubber duckies are about to invade this body of water here.
Then we hop over to some mosaics. You've got more Taylor Swift represented there with the Kelsey brothers, I believe, and then a little Pikachu mosaic as well. We've got this TV that appears to actually work and is showing the Lego movie here possibly. And then I think those are those all 3D printed minions?
I believe they are. They appear to be all like Lego official pieces that have been upscaled to use to a 3D print to create essentially larger versions of figures. And they have what I'm assuming to be the Lego official brickhead versions right next to them to show off the similarities.
Very unique. Then we've got some, you got the owl down here as well. Then Life Uncontained. This is like Lego containers turned into a house. A huge zoo here. This is the Brick Adventure and Wildlife Park, and you can come see animals from all over the world, some of them up close, and walk among them. Looks like a great experience for any minifig.
Yeah, and they've got every possible area covered. They've got the stables for the elephants. They've got a massive aquarium in the middle with all kinds of sea life, the trees, all the fencing that you can see. They even got windows where all the figures can see into each of the enclosures. Very nice.
And to finish out this section, we've got the D&D Adventure, and it looks like this is kind of a playable D&D base where you can travel through with your group, and there's stairs, there's dungeons, there's like elaborate sort of palace-looking buildings, there's a library.
Yeah, I know there was a D&D game held at Brickworld this year. I don't know if this was the map or the layout that they used, but nonetheless, I do believe this is playable. They brought all their own characters and were able to kind of set up their own campaign, I believe it's called.
Mm-hmm. And that takes us down to the next layout as we walk down this aisle and do our best to bring you as much as we possibly can here from Brickworld. We will start on in here with, I believe this will be Nick Jensen's builds, a lot from him. This is his Christopher Nolan collaborative layout where a bunch of builders built stuff from Christopher Nolan movies.
Yeah, my two probably favorites here are Oppenheimer and Dunkirk, being the history buff that I am. They've got the map pamphlets that the Germans dropped at Dunkirk, as well as the super smooth Brody helmet. Very nice.
Got Interstellar with TARS up top there. And then you've got Inception. This is the dream sharing machine with all of these like tubes and things coming off of it. So there's a lot happening inside here. Then you've got his Dark Knight trilogy represented with different weapons and Bane's mask. Up top is the Prestige. I love the lighting in there. And then a little bit more down here with the bank heist mask. And then you've got Memento up there with those photos and the Polaroid camera. And then the hammer from Following, and then Insomnia down here with the Smith & Wesson gun. So you've also got photos here of each of the builders.
Yeah, they've gone as far as to include their profile pictures for this collaboration, as well as the collab kind of spectacle with all of their signatures on there. Very nice.
Then we get into a whole section from Simon Liu, who's another just incredible builder that's been around and doing amazing work for many years. He brought a bunch of Calvin and Hobbes inspired builds this year. This one up here is actually using kind of the letter tiles to create I think the last comic strip from Calvin and Hobbes. You can read through that whole thing. It looks like I think he's got it printed out here on the left side as well. An upscaled stuffed Hobbes.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of use of those newer printed tiles for the alphabet to portray things like that, comics, as well as mock titles and everything you could possibly imagine.
But then he can build in any possible different direction. So this is Cube City, kind of all grayscale. Next to that is his Atlas battle carrier, which is just incredibly detailed spaceships. Up above that is Operation Helo Insertion with his Black Hawk helicopter. And just some fantastic kind of action scenes going on there. So really amazing stuff. Simon is just, capable of so many different types of building. We've got a utility droid next to that. It looks like this might be operational based on the EV3 controller that's next to them. And clutch power mosaic, very colorful. And a little, I think another New Hashima square here.
Yeah, with another sand blue helicopter. We've seen a couple different cubes already, and another one that appears to be some kind of jazz club. Because, in a cyberpunk city, what else are you going to do on a Friday night but go to a jazz club?
And then just kind of a vehicle repair shop next to that. And this little shack. This is Survive Metamorphosis. So it's like there's kind of different vignettes here in a sort of post-apocalyptic setting. And moving to more Chicago, this is Old Navy Pier with the big Ferris wheel on it. It's really cool to see that represented. Tiny books here, and then Destiny 2.
These are probably some of my favorite builds at this show. Aaron Berghoff brought some of these to Brick Fair last year. He's since added the Vault of Glass, one of my all-time favorite raids in Destiny 2. Huge fan of that game. I have like 9,000 hours in that game. But he has all kinds of custom characters, all kinds of the aesthetics of the different areas he's trying to portray. He has the abilities, the weapons, everything you could possibly imagine within Destiny 2 that isn't necessarily the easiest thing to capture in LEGO. He has done extremely well here.
And I think we're staying in that same game for all of these scenes here as well, right?
Yeah, so he has a whole layout of custom figures up on the top right, but then he has a lot of the bigger bosses that we have fought in the game over the last couple of years within recent expansions, as well as lots of, again, custom figures, even some custom weapons as well.
And then just some smaller like camera and little micro scale builds next to that. And here we get different kind of character builds from Marcus Robular, just really fantastic kind of posability in those that look great. And then this jingle truck, which is it like a taco truck maybe? I'm not even sure what that's supposed to be.
Either that or some kind of party bus maybe. It's got a very mariachi kind of look to it.
Either way, it looks impressive. Let's go exploring. So we got another Calvin and Hobbes build here. Kind of a different scale from what Simon was doing. Edward Scissorhands and Phineas and Ferb characters. Then this massive Exploring in a Land Rover Defender 90 build from Adrian Drake, who is certainly no stranger to large-scale builds.
Yeah, very nice. He has the tire tracks behind the vehicle as well. The build itself, very clean. Appears the doors open. It'd be cool to see if like the suspension or anything that worked on that, but very nice, very clean build.
This whole end of this layout is by the same builder. This is Zane Houston, and he's brought just a great variety of stuff here, starting with Dr. Robotnik's Excruciator. And I love the scale of this because you kind of get down and look at it from Sonic's perspective, and then there's just this like huge mech walker thing bearing down on him.
Yeah, in the landscape, he has kind of the blocky 8-bit aesthetic that you would see in some of the old Sonic games. Very nicely done.
And then this is his Shadow Ball, so kind of building characters in a very different type of format here. Then the Clone. It looks like there's maybe some movement with gears and things possibly in that. The Ice Slicer, which is a throwback to one of the Ice Planet old themes. And then the Abyssal Explorer. I think that's what it's called. Kind of finding a vein in this sort of interesting blue landscape.
Yeah, almost like some kind of ore or something, but he's built this very interesting landscape where you have all these linear lines or cubes that kind of segment each other to create an offset pattern. Very nice, very clean.
Go around the corner and we get Predator versus Alien on the golf course. So we've seen a lot of Predator versus Alien. I don't think we've ever seen them golfing against each other. And then we've got kind of some space walkers and scenes, a Ravager here, and Dragonfly Outpost. So looks like it's sort of a fantasy steampunk idea.
Yeah, some semblance of that. They've used these big canopy wing pieces to create this almost roof facade on the big domed area in the middle there. What appears to be some animal mechanized riding creatures down towards the base. Very nice.
Then the Ornithopter down there as well, and then a whole bunch of vehicles here, and another sort of futuristic mode of transportation in the background. And then we go to this, I think a couple of Disney-inspired kind of beasts. This is the Bonjour Beast armor suit. I think inspired by, let's see, it's Beauty and the Beast. And then the Arendelle Winter Storm unit inspired by Frozen.
Some very nice mechanized weaponry for some classic Disney princesses there.
This Nuclear Madman build is really cool as well, especially like the lighting up top, and then the way they use the wings for the kind of mustache and eyebrows.
Yeah, the parts usage and the curvature of the head, again, like you said, with the light as well, very, very eloquently put together.
And then you get a larger scaled kind of fairy forest build with these big, beautiful, colorful trees, and then the creatures in here have the lights going and just kind of enjoying a relaxing day.
Yeah, very nice scale of posable figures here as well. Like you said, the height and the size of these very colorful, very expansive trees is also very nice.
And we've got some Friends characters, the Lunar Transport Shuttle, and then we've got a sort of Japanese-inspired Mount Fuji and Ronin build. I especially still have sort of perspective if you get down on the ground and look out to the mountain.
Yeah, I like the use of the horizontal building for the ground here to be able to put those footsteps in there for the character they have walking towards the mountain in the background.
Yeah, really nice attention to detail on those builds. The ninja diet with the pizza and the turtle.
If it's after 20 minutes late, it's free.
And then we've got another ninja build here, and Rosalina and Luma. And then adorable little baby Mario Kart build, which is just fantastic. And then we've got a teddy bear clipping his shrubs into a teddy bear.
Yeah, and next to that we see some more of the larger scale medieval builds. They've gone and rebuilt the classic Lego pig mold in a larger scale, as well as the wagon that it's pulling with the various carrots and the figure standing next to that.
Fantastic work from all of these builders. We'll come across the aisle now to this massive castle layout. So this is something that's made many appearances at Brickworld, but kind of always updated, and we have shown this several times in depth if you want to take a much closer look to it. But this builder has been hard at work on this for many, many years now. I think it's like a decade-plus long project that he's been doing this. So the details are kind of endless as you look through here.
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolutely beautiful build. He has this kind of long, expansive, almost not skinny, but one oblong display here with so many different details, so many different areas of the build to explore, both inside the castle, outside the castle as well.
that will take us then, we'll go across the aisle here, and we'll start off with this really fantastic build, which is the SpaceX Settlement 37. And the builder was telling me earlier, this has like detailed interiors inside all of it, but there's also just like so much to enjoy from the outside here as well.
Yeah, it's a super sleek looking build. The studless or very few studs looking. I want to know what he's using for this kind of ground rubble work. It doesn't look like Lego, but almost pebbles, which adds a whole kind of ulterior look to the build, to the base of the build that they have built in this very nice custom base for it.
I think you said it was some kind of like a planting mulch type substance that's used in planting sometimes. I believe that's what he decided to put down. Here we have a carnival, and you've got all your classics, the roller coaster, the Ferris wheel, haunted house, and anything you could want here at a carnival.
Yeah, you've got a massive birthday cake coming down the hall there. The sidewalk and the attention to detail in the lamp posts and everything around to really be able to get to everywhere for all the minifigs is very nice.
Very colorful. I like the little mushroom spinner thing in the background there. And then we've got a forest path and docks. So this is got a little Wolfpack reference going on. So very niche sub-theme of medieval. And this guy has been very lucky or unlucky, depending on how you look at it, to catch a shark.
Yeah, I like the way they've kind of built up the docks here. They have a lot of different details happening on there. But I like the use of the older palm trees at a different angle to create these kind of downward sloping trees. Not something you see very often, but very, very nicely executed here.
Going back to Star Wars, this is a Delphi base, and it looks like you've got kind of a tropical feel here with some hangars and then a lot of Y-wings and an X-wing in there. So something kind of different, not typical Star Wars build. Medieval countryside here, and these buildings are very nice, very clean looking.
Yeah, I like the snow effect using the rounded sloped plates on the top to kind of have that billowing snow effect on the roof that kind of mellows down to where they have an elevated base on the buildings for what would appear to be some snow built up around the outside.
And then an elven threshold with a couple of guards out front, and the hill rising up to the base of the tower. It's just really nice, kind of clean looking build. And then we've got Goosebumps here with this a shocker on Shock Street, it says, and this large creature attacking the stoplight. Got this diagram mosaic, and then a huge this is a cruise ship, very, very large scale.
Yeah, the Cretaceous Queen, I believe, with 1,600 exterior balcony rooms, and they have it's such a scale that they have all of them represented. I believe they even have like the deck chairs on all of the balconies there, but they have all of the amenities and things up above on the upper deck as well. Very nice build.
And as we come to the back of the cruise ship, you find a medieval battle here with lots of different factions represented, and a huge underground section as well. I'm sure there will be lights on later on for this, but you've got a reference to the Yellow Castle in the corner. We've got the Hall of Unloved Themes, and this really, brings a tear to my eye to see the Western Fort Legorado here in the Hall of Unloved Themes, because that is my all-time favorite.
Yeah, I don't think it can count as unloved themes, because you are the sole lover of that theme. You've got Nexo Knights, you have Fabuland in there too, but we've seen a ton of builds of that at the show as well. For some reason, Unikitty's in there. I don't know why no one liked the Lego Movie line or the Monster Series line. There's a lot of really iconic ones in there. The Sea Divers one, I loved that theme myself.
The only one that should be here is, of course, this one right here. I think we can all agree on that.
I don't even know what that is.
Video.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't know what it is because no one bought it.
You know what? Fair enough.
Here we have a beach reads scene with some reading happening on the beach and some books up above, and then battle of the bands, 2 different bands going at it. And then the final layer is the Grinch before and after. And then a Hogwarts watchtower to the left of that. Ace Brickman's new detective office here. Kind of a more modern take, it looks like. Oh, and then we got a Larry the Lawnmower. Like actual rotating blades. Wow.
And a personalized that has eyeballs on the top of it, so you don't want to get on that bad side. The Larry will come for you.
the 321 building here. It's kind of unique architecture. Can you spin this around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I sure can. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, maybe. Maybe.
There we go. And the top section is kind of lifted up so you can kind of see inside it. So very interesting. Dilbert the Duck. Some couple more builds in that same style. Kind of the rooms, they kind of spin out almost, and you're able to open them up and really appreciate a lot of the details here, almost like pull out like a drawer on this other build.
Yeah, that's really cool. A lot of times you'll see, we've seen it already where you have buildings without the back or without the roof, but this is a completely different approach to that to allow the public and any other exhibitors here to see the very detailed interiors that people put into these builds.
We have an incredible set of wings here, which I think had lights on earlier. And I don't know if this is going to be part of a larger build, but these wings are certainly a very nice beginning to whatever this might be.
Yeah, they definitely had lights on earlier today, almost like a really cool photo op. You shall not pass, but you can stand here and take a picture with these dragon wings in the back. Very nicely done.
Over here we've got a cat mosaic and then the world's smallest round barn, kind of built at a micro scale. And some really nice creature builds. I like that one. The red one up there up top is really nice. This is Game Changer with an interesting kind of larger than brickheads type scale build. Stained glass octopus. That's really impressive to kind of get all those elements kind of packed in there in between the large kind of trans clear pieces.
Yeah, and it appears to be built sideways, so I'm assuming it's mounted in some sense, but they've gone back and forth between plates as well as bricks to capture some variety and the density of appearance of glass.
Micropolis Hall of Justice and Gary the Gnome. Then we've got a Hyrule build here. The creature flying overhead. This plane is the SAAB 2000 aircraft. You can see photos of it next to the real one, it looks like. So I love the chrome element on the front. And the little kind of vignette habitat builds. Looks like maybe a schoolhouse. Duck season and rabbit season, more lenticular work here. A elementary school. And I like the mushrooms on this next build.
Yeah, the mushrooms, the rock work that leads up to them, they kind of have these cave cutouts on the side, and the rope ladders or rope walkways between the upper tree sections. He's got a crane there, lifting something up from below. Like you said, the mushrooms kind of protruding out of the side of the build, and the use of that CMF figure with the mushroom hat. Very nice.
Here is the Titan card game, and so this is, you got your big like almost robotic Titans playing cards, looks like playing poker in this office, so really unique setting there. And then we've got the Brick Farmer 76. This is a underwater coral scene. A lot of fantastic little creatures and Star Wars builds for some reason packed in there as well. So some of everything going on there. Speaking of Star Wars, you've got a whole bunch of minifigures and mosaic represented here.
Yeah, a very nice mosaic of Ahsoka Tano from Season 7 of the Clone Wars. And they've taken the color palette Lego monochrome set and kind of taken it and expanded it, and using a lot of different factions of clone troopers and characters from Star Wars in general to cover the different colors that Lego has produced over the years.
And that finishes this section out for us, so we'll move on over here to the KC Brick Lab. This is the Kansas City group, and you've got a couple like two-tiered areas. So you got your power tools down here, which are looking very impressive. And then up top, you've got an Inferno build, some books, shotgun, another chainsaw, so a lot of high-powered weaponry going on here.
Yeah, the boomstick, not to be dismissed with the broomstick, that will definitely do a lot more damage than a broom.
And then a collection of Wizard of Oz brickheads, along with Princess Bride brickheads, and some Doctor Who characters and the Bluesmobile. And we've got Star Wars Home 1 hangar, so a really nice sort of forced perspective with the stars and the planets out in the distance, and then the hangar with all of the larger scale ships closer up. Earth 13122 here. So this is also inspired by the Spider-Man movies, I believe, and you can kind of pick out the different timelines going on here and all the different sort of Spider-Man scenes as you walk around here. and some of the graffiti as well from some of the Spider-Verse movies. Then on this side, we've got some, looks like movie references from like The Martian and Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah, some very nice smaller builds to depict movies, and we've got some Star Wars in the corner as well. Then we come into some more Dune builds. This is from Dune Part 2. I have not seen the second part yet, but you've got the big sandworm creatures as well as what appears to be kind of the throne room with a lot of very nice custom figures in there.
Both Dune movies are incredible. Highly recommend them. Have some little Blade Runner, and then All of Us Strangers, I think this build is called. So I'm not sure if that's based on something in particular. Someone in the comments can enlighten us if that's based on maybe a movie, TV show, book, none of the above. But it's really well done with the sideways kind of like lettering and then all of those translucent pieces behind.
Yeah, I like the rail pieces or extension tiles to kind of create this almost like thatched look. I don't know, like you said, what it's supposed to be representing, but very nice. It's also at a very slight angle also.
Challenging build there. Small little vignette and then some minifig habitats, combining up different fandoms and Yoda memes as well. Steamboat Willie here with a Dinalorian, the Mandalorian on a dinosaur. If Disney owned Jurassic Park and you've got them looking in at the dinos. This is, I think, some Monty Python and the Holy Grail scenes going on here. And Daydreaming Plumbers, that's pretty good.
Yeah, there are a lot of builds that you don't normally see. You know, with Monty Python, Daydreaming Plumbers being, I guess, the plumbers in the bathroom who are dreaming that they were Mario and Luigi playing through some of the games, collecting coins. Very cool kind of perspective build there.
Down below is Don't Feed Them After Midnight. And then Justice League Pool Party here. More minifig habitats. And this is Empire Droids. And it says blowing up the competition. Looks like you can go like purchase droid parts and things there. And a Jawa poster in the back. Next to that, Spaceballs, the Lego set. And this one actually has some movement in it when it's turned on.
Yeah, I believe these are all Star Wars spoofs of existing movies. So Empire Records to Empire Droids, Jaws to Jawas, Spaceballs, classic. Absolutely love that movie. Middle-aged mutant Ninja Turtles, living it up with their tractor. You've got a deck pizza oven out on the patio with Michelangelo out there. And then we see a 300 build here on the end, but instead of fighting the bad guys, they're fighting battle droids instead. I don't know how good of a chance the Spartans stand against battle droids, but we're going to find out.
I mean, they seem to be doing okay so far. We'll flip across the hall here. So this is its whole standalone display, which is kind of a moon base monorail layout. And this is maybe the ultimate homage to a lot of classic space themes.
Yeah, very bright. You've got the lighter blue and the trans colors as well as the white. You've got the homage to the Blacktron and some of the other classic space themes here as well. Just a really nice layout. They've gone to the extent to add all the greeble effects with the round tiles and plates to create that kind of moon base look on the base.
This huge central section in the middle is really amazing. The fact there's so many lights and windows that you can see inside there and start to pick out details. Then just all the individual living areas. There's kind of greenhouse growing areas as well. Looks like there might be a little trouble down here at the end. The security forces are gathering around a creature. So we'll see where that goes in the future. And then we come over to this corner and you've got probably the best Harry Potter representation here at the show this year with these two fantastic large-scale builds of the Battle of Hogwarts and then the large, it says the sacking of Severus Snape here. And I think what makes these stand out is the lighting in particular.
Yeah, for sure. The lighting and all the energy effects that he's put in here to capture the effects coming off of the wands and everything is very nice to see. When he had this set up, there's you have explosions, you have all the greeble effects back in the Battle of the Hogwarts as well as all the different characters represented as well.
Next to that is a Princess Leia mosaic. And then It's a Trap, which I think is like a lobster trap, maybe?
Appears to be, or in some sense. They've got a bait hanging from a net on the inside there, and then what appears to be the kind of entrance hole. That lobster in there is not happy.
small little micro scale scenes here, and then a little vice build, and it's kind of like crushing the piece there using those flower elements.
That is a really nice technique. You know, it's again very clean. You've got the dish pieces to kind of create the almost like coiled or screw piece of the vice itself.
Pick a brick cup being poured out there, and then more kind of cube builds. Very, very impressive looking here. I like how they balance those kind of precariously there. Little radio build, and then earth erosion cubes and just kind of interesting geometric shapes.
Yeah, the use of the angled tiles and wedge plates to kind of create these gaps or craters in both of these is very, very well done. The natural aesthetic of it is very nice.
Here's the Eiffel Tower, which is a tower made of eyes, along with Thomas the Tank, which is an actual tank. Here you got Rowboat Cop, you've got Octopus Prime. There is certainly a lot happening in this corner.
And Drag Queen here in the front. Thomas the Tank, though, that's where it's at. I like that one.
Here's Harbor Tugboats. It's just a really nicely well done tugboat. Here is, looks like maybe Magic School Bus collab. Oh, so these are all Magic School Bus builds, kind of in different elements. Coral, cake, it's parked normally. Looks like maybe inside a body possibly there, and then out in space, if I had to guess, that's what's going on here. And then you got little Brickheads builds and a little Alice in Wonderland, I think. And then here's a really nice, we got like a record player. There's just kind of like a kind of different scale builds going on here combined all up.
Yeah, the mock art for at least this one in the back says there was an old lady who lived in a roller skate. So I'd much rather live in a roller skate than a shoe for sure. But you've got a lot of different things happening between some kind of lander that appears to be like a fondue pot. You've got the record player, flower box down on the end, bottle of Jack at the corner, right? Can't forget that.
A camera that you can live inside. Actually, I think it's a camera that's a camera store, so there's a bit of camera reception happening.
That sounds about right. They've got the first aid kit is actually what appears to be the minifigs hospital. They've got the candy store surrounded by a pair of teeth, which your dentist may disagree with the representation there, but nonetheless very cool.
And then here we see an incredible example of what you can do with some of the Lego botanical sets. And this is just different ways that you can build like pots for them, and also just different custom flowers as well. And it's really neat to see builders super embracing this stuff and showing off kind of how visually appealing you can make Lego.
Yeah, I love the use of all like the big balloon parts to create the different size vases and everything. And the amount of different colors represented here too is also very nice.
And then we've got this summer skirt staying in the botanical style, which looks really nice. And then even more botanicals here with Groot's Roots Galactic Plant Shop, going through all the different planets and kind of bizarre flower creations.
Yeah, it was a cool Star Wars series to get all those big planet pieces, and they've used them in a really interesting way here. You don't see them used a whole lot, but in the niche aspects in which they are used, they're used very well.
We're going to jump over now to this section. We'll come down the wall at the very end here and kind of finish out going down the side. But for now, we're going to hit these cars, and we've got, looks like a bunch of different Lamborghinis. It looks like kind of almost a timeline of Lamborghinis, including some really cool art here. So the Jeep Wrangler, just some very nicely done Lego vehicles. Dodge Charger. This is a Mosaic. Looks like kind of a face there with some flowers. And then we've got just, again, kind of the approach with the different colors there and different blobs, basically, and snails. And then you've got the Pride Mosaic there, the Brickheads, kind of smaller vignettes and habitats as well. It's the Beacon of Gondor, a cool technique there with that wood pile.
Yeah, they've built in all kinds of different directions and integrated lights into the fire there to light the brazier to warn the army of man.
Then the Witch's Magic Manor with her glowing orb, and Alchemy by Candlelight, which looks very unsafe given the number of candles in there. And then this red telephone. It says dial a number, so it's a little scared to do that, but who knows what might happen. Battle of Felucia, so really nicely detailed build, even though this is a smaller Star Wars build for Brickworld.
Yeah, they've got the sleek gray base on the left. You know, we see common with Star Wars, but then we also see the element of kind of wedging it out into the elaborate landscape that they've free-formed around the base.
Then this heavy starfighter here, along with the Flexing, which is a really cool ship with all these chains hanging down for the rigging. Very unique. Frost Home, it's a Viking scene, it looks like. And battle starting as you kind of approach the fortress. You've got Barbie and Just Ken's weird Mojo Dojo Casa Dream House. Very, very pink build with some nice landscaping around it. The Good Witch's Cottage. And then Mos Eisley and Jabba's Sail Barge. And then nice little building there. And then what is happening over here?
I believe it's called Dora the Explorer. Appears to be some kind of futuristic land tank, city-esque kind of thing.
And around the corner from that is Heather's Bricks with these 3 mosaics up top here. Very colorful builds. And then I think we saw a possible Lego camera reference earlier, but we see Megapixel here, which is a super fantastic build with a Lego camera in it, and then Thumbnail next to that.
Yeah, and then right in front of that we have the upscaled Lego Star Wars lightsaber, so the true classic, and they have it constructed the correct way, not the blade on the other end, but very nice.
And then we have the Xeno Lobster Queen, so very unique there. Then you've got the Taxi Mech, really cool, and then a variety of brick separator starfighters and rovers. I like Emmett's wheel bike there. And then this robot mech rocket factory collection here by the B3. Looking fantastic. I always love the brick built lettering.
Yeah, some really cool colors there too. You've got a lot of nice color schemes. We've got some more mechs here as we look at the Portal 2 diorama. So again, not a game that you see a whole lot portrayed in Lego, but with the Lego Dimensions stuff released however many years ago that was now. Very, very cool to see some representation here at Brickworld.
And we've got looks like a tennis tribute going on here. There's some photos in the background that they based that build off of. And then kind of a medieval palace, a couple of medieval scenes, and a little castle on the right side. This build up top there is really cool with that. Looks like sort of an abandoned tank. It says Voices of the Cord with all the red flowers around it.
Yeah, I believe all the builds on the upper section of this table are from an anime, if I'm not mistaken. But the red flowers and then kind of the transition to the blue with what you said, the tank, is very cool.
Got your Saturn V and Artemis builds here. And then this is looks like a truck, RV? Oh yeah, like an RV.
Yeah, it looks, and they've got all the hatches and all the little bins and extra little pieces you would have in an RV. They've got the walls that come off so you can see the full interior. Very cool details here.
And then a couple of Star Wars mosaics and leaving Lothal City with those spires in the background. Really nice display going on there. So that finishes that section. We'll come on over here next to this huge castle display. And this castle is based in Germany, and this is a builder who has done many, many castles over the years. Rob Carney, he's been coming for, I think, a decade plus to Brickworld. This is Eltz Castle, or Burg Eltz in Germany, and he builds really large scale.
Yeah, it's very cool. He's got some custom decals to create that kind of red cross on a lot of the windows and building areas. And I like that he's included this green tablecloth to really extend the presence of the mock itself.
Next to that is a sort of, I think more, this is Forest Hideaway. And so you've got kind of fantasy elements maybe in here, but there's kind of some of everything medieval creature happening.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at here. You've got some Indian figures, you've got some tribal figures, you've got some what appears to be like some orcs and stuff even there back in the back. The trees and the foliage and the rockwork approach to this, the kind of very vast realm in which they've created here is very awesome to look at.
Jumping down to the next display, it's Harry Potter time with this train and then larger scenes from the Harry Potter world. I like this scale because you can really pack in a lot of detail and it gets very recognizable.
Yeah, I like that they've included so many different scenes, and again we see this people hiding things in their mocks for people to find. Not what I'm going to be doing, but the train that goes around it too to kind of just encapsulate everything in one big scale is very nice.
Staying with Harry Potter, we've got Harry and Lord Voldemort on this mosaic next to that. And then a Bad Batch. I think this is all Bad Batch mosaics.
Yeah, these are great. So I don't know if these were reusing the art sets or not, or if these are 100% custom, but you have Omega, Hunter, Wrecker, Tech, Crosshair, and Echo. So all 6 of the main characters from the Bad Batch series. Very nicely done.
Looking fantastic. And as we get to the end, there's one more mosaic here. And then we've got Batman, the video game, I think, inspired build. You can even see like the stud counters.
I do love these builds. I think Empire Lug was the one that did the Lego Star Wars video game either last year or the year before. The use of the angled bar and stud pieces in trans clear to make it look like the studs are floating like they do in game is a very nice detail.
And then slammed car meet. So you've got everybody's kind of souped up vehicles there. Over here is Bricks Please with, I want to say these are maybe some Pokemon creatures. I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, you're asking the wrong person, but I would side with you if they were Pokemon.
Yeah, someone can tell us what these 3 things are. Then we have a beautiful snow scene with kind of a Christmas village and your ice rink, and then the skiing going on the right side there. Looking fantastic. This will be great at Christmas.
Yeah, I like that they've included all the official Lego Winter Village sets as well. So you come to these shows and this is something you could see, things you could or could not still buy in stores and create something like this yourself.
We'll jump across now to over here with this flower art, and I like how the easel is even brick built here as well to display that on. I think we've got something similar over here.
Yeah, very nice. A lot of the mosaics here are on their own kind of not necessarily brick-built stands, but the attention to detail to create even just that much further for the stand is awesome.
Sort of like comic pow splat bang inspired build, kind of art build there. We got these Fisher-Price toys, all recreated at sort of a 1-to-1 scale and looking really fantastic and just extremely recognizable, which I think is fun. And we'll make our way around here, and you can see some builders still putting things together here at the show still and working on new builds. And then you've got the little violets, and then this is built at the scale of like larger minifigs, but not quite, as big as some we've seen.
Yeah, I don't know if they're the keychains. The keychains? Oh, cool. I was right. But all kinds of different characters. You've got a lot of Star Wars, some Lego Movie, and then some of the CMF style series.
This next series of builds is all by Dave Coletta, and I think a lot of it is just kind of like day in the life type scenes that he's done, just kind of representing different things you might see, especially in a home with wife and kids, and just kind of his daily life here. I think is a lot of what we see, and so just kind of little snapshot builds. That's not something you see tackled that often.
Yeah, I mean, this scale is great, and I do like the personalization that he brought to this build. Burning down the house is in the kitchen is probably my favorite one of the bunch, but you have every scene in every room of the house between him, his wife, and his child.
And then some references to his time on Lego Masters down here at the end as well. And some animals here. And then you get into the Natural History Museum, which has some great detailing on the outside, and it looks like it's maybe under attack by some DC villains. Coming out here, we've got a big game of Candyland, all built out of bricks, and maybe the most colorful display at the show.
For sure. I wasn't ever allowed to play this growing up, being colorblind, but a very nice depiction. I like the sign, the layering of the sign, and all the different little kind of fairy tale-esque details that you have going on here.
Of course, the iconic tiles there as you move through. Going in a completely different direction, this is a D&D inspired tower where you've got the party at the bottom, and they move up this path here, facing different challenges till they get to the base of the fortress where they have to go up and fight this evil raven and get back the hoard of treasure there in its nest. And what I love about this build is it's such a large scale, you can kind of create in your own mind kind of the adventure that they go on here as they get up there.
Yeah, very elegant build. And as you said, every tier of this build is another aspect of the story that this group of characters is going on. And I do very much like the energy effects and the big evil bird at the top. For scale, this is built very low so the kids can get down low and see the very highest points. Very well deserving of the nomination that it received.
And then by the same builder here, this is the Lego Museum of Lego History. We featured this on the channel before, but one of my favorite builds just because it's a museum, which I love, but then also captures a bunch of these different various Lego themes in those rooms in the background. And it's actually kind of modular, so you're able to swap those in and out as well. So I think that's really, really cool. And there's just so many things you can appreciate there, but mostly you can appreciate the fact that Western has been included.
Of course, of course. The staircase is also really nicely done as well. I like that it's so open, right? That you have so much movement and activity happening in here. The amount of lighting and all the different displays or exhibits is very nice.
Here are actually some of the additional rooms they're able to include in there. Then you've got this fantastic truck and a Parliament of Owls in the tree. A really nice mountain cabin. It's like based on a drawing there. And then Beauty and the Beast at a large scale with those big, huge kind of trans blue panels in the back.
Yeah, I like the aesthetic of the wall in the back. The creatures, or the characters, I should say, are built very, very well. I believe, based on the plate that they're on, that they probably move around the build during the daytime, but...
This is a hanging basket with a nice kind of black stand for it. And then the Last Supper build, which is really cool the way this kind of pops out of the frame there, and then they've got all the figures represented. I think that's done very well. Finishing out this section, we've got Minecraft. So we haven't seen a ton of Minecraft at the show this year, but this one is done really well.
Yeah, I love, one of the things with Minecraft is the very tiled off look, but it's still very blocky, custom to Minecraft. They have all different biomes here, a lot of different things like the Watcher Tower. They've got a jungle temple up in the edge there behind all the trees. Lots of characters, lots of stuff going on here.
And that finishes out this section for us, so we'll keep moving this way back across the aisleway, and I think that takes us up here to this Friends, but it's kind of Friends inspired botanical build, but at minifig scale.
Yeah, very nice. The trunk pieces used for the trees, and I believe the bird nest or like neck fluffed minifigure piece used for the small botanical out on the sidewalk. Very nice.
And then this is Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, I think kind of based off the Lego set that came out and expanding on that with a lot more landscaping and trees. Here's a reference to the Lego, I don't even remember what they called this, but it was that like Kickstarter type project they did to fund this Lego art fish project.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. It looks to be motorized, so I'm assuming these all kind of swim around when it's turned on, but very colorful. I like the black and white one in the back that kind of has the artisanal kind of look to it.
This is a really fun display of Honey, I Shrunk the Lego sets and its iconic builds from really great Lego themes. So the Cosmic Fleet Voyager, you've got the Megacore Magnetizer, of course Fort Lego Rado, the El Dorado Fortress is looking fantastic, King's Castle, Scorpion Pyramid, so just some really neat kind of miniaturized versions of sets.
Yeah, very nice. They've included all the original minifigures with each one of them too. Like you said, Fort Lego Rado, the El Dorado Fortress, the old version of that. We just got the new version a couple of years ago. I like the wave that they've created behind the Imperial flagship up top there.
And then we've got Jabba's Prize, the Daily Planet, Shalob's Lair, and the Killing Joke. And these are all kind of different fandoms represented, almost like video game style.
Yeah, video game style or kind of like bunker style where they've got like different tiers, different levels. The Jabba one, you have his throne room, quarters, detention level, and then the Rancor down at the bottom. You've got Marvel, you've got Batman, and it appears to be Lord of the Rings as well there in the middle.
Maybe the world's largest collection of Lego spiderwebs.
Probably, yeah.
Moving down to the corner, we go to another Lego Star Wars. This is a Yavin 4 base, and it's always a really interesting build when someone tackles this just because of the greenery kind of all over and then such a large-scale build.
Yeah, we got the Lego version a couple of years ago, a much upscaled version of that. The amount of foliage added into the landing deck and all the foliage, as well as all of the kind of little mechanical aspects they've added to the deck outside where you would normally see starships like X-Wings and Y-Wings.
Here we have some more spaceships. This one in particular is really cool because it's kind of carrying smaller transports inside it. Then the little war pups and smaller ones next to that. Got a Jurassic Park layout here. Always love to see the dinosaurs. And then an IKEA shark. I'm not sure what makes it IKEA, but there you go.
I believe these may all be like plushies from different places. So the IKEA shark, and then you have the characters from the Five Nights at Freddy's game, which we saw a minifig scale version of last night. But they all appear to be based off of the images that they've provided down here.
That works for me. We'll go ahead and continue on down this direction. This is called the Clunkies, so I'm not sure if that's like the group of builders that have displayed here, but we've got Extreme Prejudice. Looks like a Star Wars battle happening there.
Yeah, very nice. They've got the interior built around there that you can see from both the top and from the front with a very elaborate landscape. And they have a cutaway on the one side where you see some additional characters fighting and discussing their evil plans in there.
We've 3D printed, I believe, Bionicle Mass, and then Power Miners. Looks like pretty much all the Power Miner sets on display at once. And then we've got a train layout with different town buildings, kind of a mall happening there, little water section. Got these Legend of Zelda builds, and then the Legend of the Energy Crystal. And it's like a huge serpent that you travel through in the forest.
Yeah, some kind of maybe like temple almost of a travel like botanical-esque garden that you kind of walk through. Although for these people down here, it appears to be not such a good time as it's full of spiders.
There's all this list of like trials they're facing, so I believe this is supposed to be a negative experience, it would appear. Then we've got some big walkers in here, and Alligator Anonymous, and then some more fun creatures. Come in here, we've got, looks like Star Wars scenes. You got the Rebel Briefing Room, Defense of Hoth, Battle of Crate, so kind of all built on these just like smaller baseplate style.
Yeah, some very nice smaller vignette-esque Star Wars builds. And then next to that we have a Anakin Skywalker pod race mosaic built in a very interesting way. You've got kind of two axes of depth to this build, meant to create his face and his hands in the middle here, what appears to be kind of the smoke billowing off behind his pod race, and then maybe some of the pod race cockpit itself down here on the base.
Very unique. It says try looking at the mosaics through a camera, so I think sometimes the perspective works better there. You've got the Freddy statue, and this is a functioning animatronic, which I have not seen working, but I've heard that it has moving eyes and I think a mouth as well. Next to that is Steven Universe's house, and then I love this brick-built Lego jacket.
Yeah, again, we see some more of the Lego fashion at this show. Again, utilizing the nets, and in this case, we're using the white nets. Well, also the pink plates. It looks to be wearable. I haven't seen anyone wearing it this weekend, but I'm hoping to.
We move down into a micro-scale city. Actually, I don't know if you'd call this micro-scale. It's a baby-scale city.
Yeah, baby scale, but the vehicles and all seem to be kind of built more or less at a micro scale. The Lego minifigures probably are about the same size as the Lego babies, so they've gone for an additional option for their figure choice for this build.
But there's so many different buildings to kind of check out here and enjoy. Next to that is Pinot Creations Retrospective. So this is all by one builder, and he's built across a lot of different kind of fandoms and genres, whether it's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, SpongeBob. There is, I think, like a Lion King type reference possibly in there. You've got Transformers, some of everything.
Yeah, you've got a lot of different pop culture references here between characters and vehicles. Some Super Mario, almost like game controller type things down here in the base. But very cool.
I love this 3D printed Islander minifig there. That is so cool. The people who make the 3D printed bigger minifigs, I think, just look super fun and impressive. And a Chinese restaurant. Got a Battle of Hoth. And then this Attack on Falcon Stronghold medieval build. Before we finish out this section with little Brickheads build and this Star Wars battle and some final kind of Star Wars scenes up front here. Hallway builds and Superman, and then the Jedi archives there to the left. And we will hit this corner now as well. Make sure we don't miss anything. Postcards from Hawaii. So this is a collection of real postcards and then brick-built versions of those postcards, all from Hawaii, which is actually a super fun idea.
Yeah, these are very nice. They have a very kind of sheen look to them. The same with the Lego did the space ones. People have kind of taken the idea and run with it to do lots of different things. They've got even the mock card built in a very pretty, colorful display there.
Going to the corner, we find a medieval castle build. This is Bear's Den, and very imposing structure with just a lot of dark gray and black. And then the Space Rover, much brighter with these large tires, I think is looking really nice. And Chunkify My Mech Battle Mech, which the landscaping underneath here is really cool as well.
Yeah, they have almost kind of these earthy spikes like jutting out from underneath the base, and the base seems to be mounted in such a way behind it that it almost looks like it's floating above the landscape there, which is also very nicely done.
This spider mech is really cool. Just huge legs there and kind of the water underneath it. Maybe a little bit of a battle happening out front. I don't think it'll spin. Sorry. I'm not even sure what's happening here. That's like a Duplo element, I think. But then we get to the Blockade Breaker, which is this huge orange and gray ship with these smaller kind of fighters down in between. So it says it's 2 ships in 1, actually. That's very impressive. This is quite something.
Yeah, so we've got a Barbie ATTE as well as the John Deere ATTE. You don't want to be messing with that clone battalion on the battlefield. The droids should run from the John Deere. Or we'll get Johnny the Tractor to come down here.
Buzz Lightyear's Ranger 1 then next to that. And you've got the UCS Kessel Run Millennium Falcon looking fantastic with that mirror display, and then a detailed interior and lights inside there looks really nice. This next build here uses real water, and so there's a water pump pumping the real water through the river, and you're actually able to see the fishing elements kind of move in here, but then there's a nice little castle on top as well. So very unique to see the real water pumping through, and we have a more detailed video on that as well on the channel. And we have Toy Story.
Yeah, so we've got a big either 3D printed or wood created figure back there to, I guess, represent maybe Child Andy. And then you have all the minifig scale of all of what would be the toys. The backdrop of the room is also really nicely adequately displayed amongst the Lego itself.
Moving on down, we have the Shire. So we've seen a few different versions of this now here at Brickworld. Maybe getting a bit of a resurgence with some recent Lord of the Rings sets. Maybe see more Hobbit and Lord of the Rings in the future.
For sure. The figures for that line are amazing. The aesthetically pleasing areas of that world are also really nicely depicted in Lego and done.
And then we've got Spider-Man No Way Home Statue of Liberty Battle with all that rigging, kind of scaffolding around it and all of the iconic Spider-Man characters. Then this huge bus, which is a commuter coach bus. Just looks very nice, looking fantastic. You can get drawn as your favorite Lego minifig, I think. So they must have been doing this with the public.
So you should come back and get drawn as one of the Lego El Dorado Western figures.
That's the best idea you've ever had, Caden. We'll move over this direction then and head to this large rectangle next. So start right here on the corner, and I'm going to go with this being Star Wars, but I could be wrong.
It is Star Wars, yeah. This is it says Camino. I'm assuming it's Tapoca City, the big kind of cloning facility on that planet that we see in Episode 2, but a lot more during the Clone Wars.
And next down, we've got some Optimus Prime and Bumblebee Transformers, these little speeder bikes, these kind of micro scale Star Wars builds, Droid Starfighter, and then the Battle of Scarif. Great use of lighting in this build.
Yeah, I like the use of lighting, but also they have this crashed TIE fighter cockpit that they have kind of exploding here on the front. The rebels and the Imperial forces beating off towards the bunker hill there.
And then looks like a possible sort of World War II scene, and Halo next to that. And then Jango Fett's room from Star Wars: The Complete Saga. Some custom minifigs up front here. And then the Devourer of Worlds using those planets. Goat. Got a goat build, and then a gorilla. And we got like an Egyptian mummy. Ghostbusters. Got a Banksy tribute. Looks like an eagle. And this Daniel Beaver North American Explorer build.
Yeah, some very cool scaled creatures and builds here. We've got a very large tiger, as well as a dachshund next to that, as well as a mallard duck. And then we move into another very well lit kind of botanical-esque scene also.
Yeah, the lights and just looking more and more amazing the more you look at these builds here with the city garden and all the ponds lit up. Looks fantastic. Whole bunch of individual scenes. I think this is from Adventure Time. Yes, this and the next build. So these are all individual Adventure Time scenes that I'm sure fans will recognize. And then we've got the BMO's flower box next to that. Looks like an actual hammer in there possibly with the BMO build. And then we've got the Temple of the Immortal game. So sort of like a Lego board game, maybe like a D&D type idea here. And you can see the tiles that the characters move along. How does this tank make you feel?
Yeah, this tank has been at a couple of different shows. It appears to be some semblance of a Sherman Fury model. I could be wrong, but the color scheme of this one is definitely what makes it stand out for sure.
And Battle Beetles behind that, and then the A10 Thunderbolt, also with Friends characters. Battle Hermit Crabs. This is Coffee Break and Trojan Horse, all Friendsified. Then we've got this huge missile launch with the missile firing out the top and all the flames shooting out. And then one of my favorite builds here, the USS Olympia, which is just done incredibly well and an amazing amount of detail up top.
Yeah, I mean, I love this build. The kind of blockiness of the sign of the hull makes it obviously look a lot more Lego, but the amount of masting and things he has with the Lego elements to kind of create this almost superstructure of what the ship would be doing with all the interior. You've got the crew everywhere, all kinds of fun little Easter eggs all over the place as well.
And a scene from the African Queen movie, not something you see represented in Lego very often, but a really fantastic movie and a really well done scene. And then the little H.L. Hunley Civil War submarine next to that. This is a medieval kind of battle, or I guess more of just a kind of daily life kind of joust happening, and then you move towards the water. You've got the whole harbor scene mixed in with the Imperial troops then. It says it's the Medieval Medley Fantasy Display, so you're just kind of some of everything going on there. And an Arctic crawler. Then some tanks, and you got the fighter plane, electronic warfare vehicle as well. This autonomous cargo drone looks really cool. It almost looks like it should be able to fly.
Yeah, I don't know if it does, but it's a very interesting build, not something that I think I've ever seen before. They've got a very nice cargo crate underneath there with that larger scale old Technic Lego figure, but the sleek slopage of the drone itself and the propellers is very nice.
Swordfish frigate here is really cool as well, just very sleek looking, along with this hyena helicopter and these vector assault and anti-air mechs down here. And we finish out with Ant Bandit, who many Beyond the Brick viewers will be familiar. He's done many videos here on the channel reviewing sets and making content for us. This is his ongoing build zoo exhibit. And so you've got the penguins, you've got an otter exhibit, and then he's got some jellyfish next to that. So he's kind of slowly expanding this.
Yeah, I love the kind of broken water where he has the plates that simulate that it would be underwater, but then he has the rest of the enclosure underneath. And it appears that the way it's built, the minifigures can walk up into the bubble above to really interact with the penguins up close.
Absolutely. And as we turn around here, we've got this big battle scene here under the blacklight tent. Big walkers and things in there. You got Chompy and friends with all the eyeballs happening. And the gatekeeper figure and Nightmare Realm just kind of gets scarier and scarier the longer you spend at this display.
Yeah, this whole table seems to be a very kind of cyberpunky, steampunky, very randomized build kind of setup.
City of Resplendence here is so many layers. It's incredible. It's really, really cool to see just kind of the amount of color and just variety of pieces. It's kind of like you had with New Hashima City last year, where you're just like, no matter where you look at it, there's something new you spot.
Sure, different parts techniques, different way of mounting the different levels, as well as how everything is kind of structured together.
And then this little tractor build and the spaceship next to that. I like the mixture of the kind of trans green and black elements in this spaceship. Cyber crest, sort of Mandalorian reference. Then this gets into your real intense steampunk vibes with just the architecture, the airships, the train, super steampunk, really well done.
Yeah, one of my favorite aspects of steampunk builds is by far the pearl gold elements that they use to add just all the accents to figures, vehicles, buildings, everything in between.
You get another perspective on that train, a little walker here as we go around the corner. Then you get to what I would say is more of sort of a Mad Max style vibe with the apocalyptic scraps and just kind of all these buildings kind of pushed together and scrapped together and trying to survive out here. Then you've got this Arachnus swarm node with a lot more Lego spider webs.
A lot more Lego spider webs. A lot of the neon green too that have some aspect to them. The chains dripping down. You've got a lot of very different aesthetics here. You've got kind of the big gray, pseudo apocalyptic vibe, and then you have this just smack dab in the middle.
The Eviscerator chariot full of weaponry, smaller tracked vehicle behind that, and then this mobile city that looks like it should just like fall apart at any second.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of the movie Mortal Enemies or whatever.
Mortal Engines.
That one, yeah, with that kind of big kind of hunk of city, and they've got different vehicles and things attached to it to create that. It appears to be on tracks and wheels also. So, nice.
And we'll hop across the aisle to WM-LUG. This is the Western Michigan Lego Users Group, starting off with Lavender Valhalla. So if you've ever thought your Vikings just weren't colorful enough, now's your opportunity.
Yeah, I like the force perspective here. They have kind of the part of the build up top, as well as the waterfall that cascades down to the port area where they have the watchtower, as well as the Viking ship who's being attacked by some friends, colorified serpents.
And then a wonderful little pool party next to that, and then a ball pit there. The GBCers have not come over and taken all those yet, so that's very fortunate. And then I think it's a Minecraft up above there, possibly.
Yeah, Minecraft like player inventory, very nicely done. They've got the hunger bar, the health bar, the XP bar, even with the trans green elements, as well as all of the currently equipped items from the game.
And then we start into this huge Lego train and city layout, this Kent Theater, which has just incredible lighting on it. I think it looks really amazing. It's based on a real building there. It looks really nice. Santa Fe Diner looks like maybe an old train car turned into a diner. And then a battle up top on the Anheuser-Busch building.
We've got a hazmat versus zombie apocalypse happening up there on the rooftop.
Some smaller buildings here, like a Lego store, and then the Amtrak station, this pink building with the sloped kind of glass and pink roof, and then really cool like stained glass window, unique architecture. Got the Ryerson Public Library down here, and then I don't know what these tankers are full of.
Yeah, the one on this very end has the skull and crossbones. I'm definitely not touching that one. All the other ones have caution, so maybe we steer clear of those, but some radioactive material.
And then some nice trees, kind of fall vibe going here with the Halloween and then the haunted house. Nice little mountain build there at the end. Coming across here, it looks like we've got Outer Rim Trading Post, so a Star Wars inspired trading post.
Yeah, a very nice kind of very broad build. It lets you add a lot of those kind of creative elements. They've got the shack up top and the bottom, but then they also have what appears to be kind of some kind of hangar down below with all kinds of starships.
And around the corner, it's live cinema. So this is apparently, it looks like Star Wars characters watching a like modern day, or for them it'd be like looking back at like a bank robbery scene as they're filming it here. There's like some real meta going on.
Yeah, they have almost two completely separate mocks butted up against each other, and even the police forces from the movie have infiltrated the cinema itself and are on the upper floors setting up a sniper position to take out the robbers. But
Really, bizarre, interesting concept here. Very creative, I have to say. So shout out to the builder for taking those genres in a very different direction. I always love to see that. Then micro Jedi temple and some mechs in the background. And I believe we have another. This is Lars Homestead, so not something you see tackled at this size very often.
No, very nice kind of depth of Tatooine. You have the clean white architecture that would be sunken beneath the surface, as well as the entryway. You've got the Jawas and the droids up top next to the land speeder also.
And then the destruction of Alderaan with the control stations, and then kind of the window and being able to look out and see the explosion of the planet there. It's a really neat perspective. And then we've got runners here with, I think, the broomstick element for the bricks in the wall.
Yeah, that's what it appears to be. They've also used the sand green clips to kind of create the low grass effect on the front side there. Very nicely done.
Translucent koi, which is really cool looking. Then here comes the sun with all of these sunflowers done in a variety of ways. So that looks very, very nice. We've got ourselves another zoo. And here you've got the kind of aquarium section, and then I like the Africa section here with the Egypt and elephants and lions.
Yeah, and I like that they've chosen to angle all of the enclosures. It's not the kind of normal squared off or rounded off areas. You have a center avenue through it that gets you to a lot of the different areas of the zoo.
And then more of the jungle elements on the right side here as well, represented with some nice lighting in there. Next up, this is a really incredible sort of exploration party going through these massive flowers, and then what might be some of the most unique and kind of coolest rock work that we've seen at the show here with that river flowing through it.
Yeah, using lots more rounded pieces, the big dish pieces, to kind of create a more organic look. I very much also like the cascading lights that flow down through the river, even to the waterfall that passes on the table here.
And some more florals next to that, just really nice looking framed flowers. Little brain freeze, which is kind of a funny scene with the popsicles with the faces on it, and the popcorn machine, and then Pikmin, and a nice castle build here. This is Wizard's Tower. There we go. And then I think we just a few more builds to finish out this area. It's Tunnel Transport. This is a Rock Raiders reference, kind of an upscaled Rock Raiders build, I believe.
Yeah, I don't see any of the original chrome drill pieces, but nonetheless the yellow, the brown, the gray, and I believe that's the teal, the original teal color. Very nicely done.
This is an 11-foot long attack on Hoth. Talked to this builder earlier. It's actually his first Brickworld, first display he's done at a show. Really impressive to come out of the gate like this. It always just blows me away when I walk up to a display like this and it's the first time a builder has come out to a show.
For sure. I love the slopage of the entryway into Echo Base, but I also like the amount of different fun details he's included, like the Rebels and Snowtroopers having a snowball fight, but also the amount of firing effects, the blaster bolts he has passing through the snowy landscape of Hoth as well.
And back around to this end, it's more minifigure habitats, and this is exhibitor Sigfig habitat. So I think here is if you're exhibiting here at Brickworld, you're able to make a habitat of your Sigfig and include them in the layout.
Yeah, a very interesting concept. It adds kind of that personal level to the displays here at Brickworld. It appears you have a list of everyone who has contributed down here at the base of the table, but everyone in their personal lives, what they do for work, what their other hobbies are. Very, very cool.
And then Barbie Mosaic with kind of the Barbie logo. And upscaled versions of these Monster Fighter moonstones. So a theme that still a lot of people like because it gave us some unique elements, but not something you see represented very often.
Yeah, I mean, a theme that was on the most hated habitats back there. So clearly not as true as that person thought, but very nicely upscale with all the different colors of the translucent pieces.
And then Disney villain habitats next to that, where you can pick out your favorite Disney villain. But if that's not for you, you've got Squishmallows, Besties, Mosaic. And then finishing out this section is some Minecraft Outpost builds. I believe we need to go down here next. Yes, so we'll keep going down here. We're almost finished with our complete tour here. We'll probably end up 3+ hours. So to everyone who stays with us this whole time, we really appreciate it, and we hope you've enjoyed all of this commentary. But we launch back in here now with the aliens are coming in 2052, and it looks like the Earth is already gone in a bad state here.
Yeah, we don't have long to prepare if this is really what's coming, but I like the use of the helicopter blades, I believe, as kind of spikes off the ground.
Then Lego Soulsborne, you've got some large kind of troll creatures, a double-headed monster, and then just this one guy trying to fend them all off. The Fall of Atlantis with kind of 3 tiers and this big drilling unit in the bottom, and then the fantastic Atlantis up top.
Yeah, what appears to be kind of some cyclone. You have the different tier. You have underground, underwater, and then maybe above ground Atlantis, kind of pre-submersion. But the plant life and the brick-built fish and other sea creatures they have built in here are also very nice.
One of my favorite non-traditional battle scenes here is the Penguin versus Porg army. I especially love the helmets on the Porgs, very well armored, but the Penguins have some nasty looking trebuchets as well.
Yeah, this was a build that I was not entirely sure what I was looking at the first time I walked up to it, but they've got the Brick Arms Russian helmets on top of all of the Porgs, but a very massive battle scene. You've got the battle mammoths up top, jumping sharks down here. I think the Penguins are going to take this one for sure.
Yeah, you can tell us in the comments which side you think will win. Then we've got a steampunk bazaar, so this is just lots of peaceful shopping going on, maybe some trading happening with some of these ships here as well in the harbor. The Cyber Rhino Beetle, very intense looking beetle horns there. Steampunk Street with that kind of trolley car coming down the middle of the street, and then these really nice golden architecture. And then very different approach to Star Wars with this scene.
Yeah, almost like a post-Empire rule kind of mock with a probably on Endor or some version of a kind of swampy planet, maybe even Dagobah of a sunken AAT or AT-AT, sorry, and all the figures trying to figure out what they're supposed to do next.
Mm-hmm. And then Growth with the Iron Giant in the background. I Love Lucy next to that. I think we've got just a whole bunch of movie references in here. I think that it says guess the film. They've actually kind of built the film reel up there. So Nightmare on Elm Street and all sorts of things like The Shining, and you can kind of take a look at all these scenes and pick out your favorites. And there's some cute critters next to that if you don't like the horror movies.
Yeah, the horror movies down low, the film, there's some Lord of the Rings, A Little Mermaid, maybe even Indiana Jones, lots of references there. And then the cube figures, which these are more animal based, where we saw some actual like Lego brick creatures a little earlier in the show, and we may even see those again. But
And then this is the garden room, as the name implies, fantastic gardening. Some really nice animals and landscaping scenes in here with all these fields of flowers that look really nice. Very beautiful and peaceful. The Star Wars planet saga. So I think this is all different planets built in kind of little scenes.
yeah, it appears to be. They've got a lot of, they see Felucia with the ATRT, Geonosis in the back, what appears to be some more desert planets, or Mustafar as well. Very nice, captured in such a small area.
Mm-hmm. Then we've got the clone onslaught of Techno Union Citadel. And so this is a nice combination of like your natural rock building, but then also kind of that brick built inlaid flooring there with those angles is really nice in front of the door.
Yeah, I love the CIS symbol there. The tri-droid out front is also very nicely done. They've gone for the old or the newer style of the Phase 1 clone troopers, but on the outside with the beautiful rock work, on the inside also has a very sleek looking Star Wars interior with some battle droids and some of the more Techno Union figures.
And then we've got Mushroom Life. And so this is just, the mushroom people going about their day, enjoying their life with that large kind of mushroom house in the middle there, looking very peaceful, having a grand old time. And we'll go ahead and finish out down this side. So this is, I believe, a large collaborative layout with a bunch of D&D builds here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so I know Mel Brown, Jesse, several other builders collaborated to create this. They've all got their personal characters that they use for D&D, and all of the campaigns and such that they would find their characters fighting in.
I love the scale of these figures that they've assembled here, and so it's kind of a very different approach, and you're going bigger than minifigure, and it just lets you do some really cool things. So I like the way that they've done that. And then you've got this kind of, I think, like elves-inspired kind of mythical fairyland here.
Yeah, lots of kind of graveyard on this side, but you've got some creatures and some friends characters, and then the split to the other side where it seems to be very nice and peaceful.
Massive mosaic, What a Wonderful Life, with all of these, I think it's hands, and then kind of the globe in the middle. Then Wednesday's Child Full of Woe here. You've got the contrasts on each side, and then her up there on the rooftop. Over here is Darth Vader's castle on Mustafar level 1, and then the Tatooine Mos Eisley Underground level 1. So these are just kind of base levels here. Under the Sea with the sunken pirate ship, and then got this effects of global warming build here with some of the ice caps and the penguins. And then that finishes this section. So we got, yes, just a few final sections here. So we'll start right here with a really cool scene that looks like, I don't know, have you seen this moving? But it looks like it's a ski scene.
Yeah, I don't know if it moves. It appears to use like the Lego kind of extension string as opposed to like a mechanized anything, but very nice capture of like the ski lifts and everything as well.
Mm-hmm. And then we've got the Louvre Museum with the iconic glass pyramid in the middle, and lots of great architectural details, kind of statues and silhouettes of figures. And then it looks like, oh, there's actually somewhat of an interior depicting some of the artworks inside as well, and just different floor landscapes. Then you've got downtown daycare, and you've got the kitchen and all the little rooms in there. And then popular restaurants. So I don't know what the one on the right is supposed to be, but you've got Culver's and Wendy's as well.
Yeah, maybe a McDonald's on the right, the Wendy's, and then the Culver's. I have been out west for almost 2 weeks and has still not have gone to a Culver's.
Fantastic! I love Culver's. You got to check it out. Medieval house in the forest here. I always like the little footbridges that builders do. So kind of the stone bridge going over that is really nice. And my Lego room with the happy place looks fantastic. Is that a Supreme rug on the floor? I think that's what that is.
It appears to be. They've got a lot of really awesome custom printed elements in there. If their actual Lego room has a Supreme rug, I am very jealous.
Zombies are my neighbors here with all of these terrifying zombie scenes throughout this display. And then I don't know what happened to this person in the bathtub here, but it's not looking good. And then some more habitat builds. Then we've got just a bunch of kind of like daily life scenes, it looks like. So you've got like the kind of playing with the tetherball up top and the dance scene. Very nice. A little like FFA build. Time machine. Is this? Oh, it says meeting the cast. So I think this is based on. Oh, it's Napoleon Dynamite. I've still never seen Napoleon Dynamite. There we go.
I haven't either, but I believe the builder was cosplaying as Napoleon Dynamite today. I was trying to determine whether the wig was their real hair or not. But some really interesting builds nonetheless.
And then we move on to a hummingbird and flowers, and this Medusa's lair is quite something here. I had not actually looked at this build too closely, but just the posability of the figures and the scale of this is really impressive.
Yeah, all of these couple builds, I believe, are all by the same builder, and the Medusa's lair is definitely my favorite. The scale of these figures are, the posability and the amount of detail into the figures themselves. Both the Medusa as well as the soldier out here with kind of the red axe blades to create that fan on the helmet. Very nicely done.
And then this is Summer's Dream, Spring's Renewal, and Winter Spell, kind of seasonal builds. Coming around the corner, you've got this huge lava skull build, and then a army of skeletons versus an army of knights out there.
Yeah, this is, I believe, depicting for the Clutch Powers movie. So the big castle that he gets, I believe, captured and put in, while the knights and all the skeletons, the kind of classic castle stuff, are all fighting each other out on the battlefield there.
Clutch Powers really did have that Oscar stolen from it. It's still a shame to this day. These minifigures next up are of Lego Masters, I think, U.S. contestants. So this is probably all 4 seasons here if I had to guess.
I would guess so, yeah.
there you go. You can pick out your favorite Lego Masters. And then you've got just a little castle scene. This Skull Mountain roller coaster is really cool. When this whole thing is turned on, there's a bunch of moving parts. Obviously, the coaster runs through it as well. But then there's all sorts of things popping out of the caves, and then just crazy amounts of minifigs.
Yeah, the amount of detail and the roller coaster seems to kind of go through and through the mountain, but you've got details on every layer. Everywhere you look, there's something new popping out. The big snake you're looking at now, I believe, moves in and out of the mountain. All of the figures, like you said, down below, very, very nice.
And then the Joker family fun bus, and then this big tower of just kind of like living scenes, basically, or horror tower, actually. So it's all horror scenes. Never mind there. Looks like more Bionicle-inspired creatures. The couple in the back there, really nice looking. You've got this big gray guardian, the golden tail. And then we come much lower here. So these three builds are all by Roldan Grace. He's got the Wandering House and the Scarlet Macaw, which are really nice. But then literally towering over this is this huge build.
Yeah, so this is titled The Walking City. Again, kind of the Immortal Engine almost-esque build. Basically a humanoid figure that the limbs and the body of this person are made out of buildings and interiors that have life happening in them as we speak. The wind turbines up on the arm, I believe, spin when this is all turned on. He's got what appears to be a golden brick up there in his left hand, but very, very cool aesthetic.
And coming to some of the military builds we have here, you can actually, these World War brick mock cards, so I think those were on display last weekend.
Yeah, so I believe this is a D-Day battle at some kind of bridge. You've got a Germans on one side, the American, or I guess British paratroopers on the other side. Very cool, kind of skinny in the middle, but thicker on the ends, where you have a lot more of the landscape and story being told.
Then we've got these couple sections in the middle here that we want to make sure we hit before we go back to the final row on the outside. So this smaller square here, I don't know if these are all connected in a certain way, but you've got this water kind of fairy feeling world, and then the Sentinel kind of sunk into a swamp. And then Pikmin 4, this is Blossoming Arcadia, some great creatures.
Yeah, I don't know what Pikmin is. I think all these builds are by the same builder or same group of builders. Very nice scale of these creature or figures that they've created. I don't know the reference to the numbers on the flowers, but
somebody can tell us that in the comments. That's what the viewers are for. We rely on you heavily. Then we've got the Void Spider Jellyfish Girl and Lunar Blossom Dragon. Really crazy looking creature there, looking very impressive. Quite possibly, let's see, is this AJ's Other Worlds Flowers. So this is all just kind of different botanical builds.
Yeah, and it appears to be kind of following a similar story with the Pikmin figures. So again, some very nice parts. Each is the new lime green fern piece to create some interesting botanical life there.
And finishing out is these couple of Vanguard walkers, and then exploring the ancient forest, this large wood creature. And as we flip across here, we have a very familiar build that's actually recently been on Beyond the Brick. What can you tell us about this, Caden?
So this is my build here at Brickworld. This is the 6th Marines Assault on Mount Yatake. So the largest mock I've done to date, and it is going to be going to the most shows I have ever attended in a year.
Oh, very impressive. Look at you getting out there. I love that. We've mentioned that net technique a number of times, and you actually use that to create some of that different landscaping in the mountain there. So very different from like the wearable builders we've seen, but same technique.
Yeah, the nets have been a very popular technique at this show, and we've seen it used in about 15 different ways probably throughout the video, both wearable, landscape, and now for a mountain face.
And then heroes and villains on their day off, and so you can kind of pick out your favorite hero villain and see what they're doing on their day off in these scenes. And maybe the starkest contrast of the show with your build on the corner. What do we have here?
So these are some of Jim Manick's Squishmallows for Charm City LUG. This is probably one of the biggest draws to this table. And again, the largest contrast to the war happening to the left of it. But that's what you get when you get LUG Displays.
And then these great big Technic vehicles, especially this black one here, is really impressive. This is possibly the droids we're looking for as you look at these different cars here. And then we've got low lug written into this kind of island water area. Really nice water work, kind of micro scale. Aircraft, this is Avengers Endgame Time Heist. Oh, very nice. I don't know if I've seen anyone tackle this build like this before.
Yeah, I don't know if I have either. Almost like every scene of them going back to get the stones or kind of reliving their past experiences through this kind of wheel of time almost.
Construction areas, Jack O'Landers, and it appears to use pumpkins for a space, the base of a space theme. So that is quite something.
Yeah, the pumpkins and the brick separators as well reminds me of kind of the retro, like alien invasion or space theme that LEGO did in the earlier 2000s. That kind of orange and white color scheme, very, very cool.
And then blue and white, we've got Plo Koon's other starfighters here with all of these racers going through. And it looks like we've got delving into nature. So it's kind of an underwater coral scene and then coming out here in camping as well. Lego in bloom with the flowers on the Lego letters. Got just kind of mosaic here. Moss Eisley Arcade. So, you know, a little more family friendly possibly here.
At least on one side, you still have all the drinking happening on this side, but you've got skee ball, pinball. You have one of the kind of like rocket ride roller coaster there's with the Star Destroyer. Maybe some target practice kinds of games on the wall. I don't think the Stormtrooper has hit a single target, but the Boba Fett is doing fairly well.
Then we've got this one-piece build where it's the books in between the one-piece ship. And DC Universe Classics with the minifigs. Pokemon Battle happening here. The mechs. And then a little Sky Island builds. Then we finish out with the Nations of Avatar. So these are Avatar Mosaics. And this really nice Sweet Citadel gingerbread castle.
Yeah, so Joseph Zawada brought this one. This was his pet project for the last however long, but once we got it all put together, it actually looks great, and it was nominated for, I believe, either Best Medieval Building, I believe is the category that it was in, so very much deserving the techniques of all the icing and everything playing into it. It looks very nice.
And check out this very attractive gentleman over here. If you'd like to look equally amazing, you can pick up your own Bricks Are My Sport shirt thanks to the collab between Bricks and Minifigs and Beyond the Brick. Check it out online or look for it in your local Bricks and Minifigs store today. So I believe that finishes out the central sections. Is it just the wall we have left, Caden?
I believe so. I think we've done our best to capture all of the pods out on the main floor. So we've got one last stretch of the tour before you don't have to hear us talk again.
Apologies if you worked the concession stand and you're disappointed that we didn't show anything over there, but you know, we can only do so much here. So we're gonna go down to the end and then kind of make our way back down this entire wall and end. I think we're gonna end actually what's been called the Influencer Alley here at Brickworld, which is an area where you have Twitch streamers and podcasters and just basically like content creation happening all day. Very appropriate for us to end the tour there. But we're gonna start off this section with the classic space monorail layout.
Yeah, amazing use of the monorail, probably one of the largest collections of the monorail. I do like the big backdrop that they've added as well to kind of encompass the atmosphere of this build.
I would be a proponent of a lot more builders using those larger backdrops. Certainly from a video perspective, it would make showing the builds off a lot easier. So many times there are incredible builds that they're either kind of like really tall or really long and they just get totally lost in the background.
Sure, and then you see, ceiling beams and random people walking around behind them.
And going in a different direction, we've got a very large amount of tanks and vehicles. And then this is a historic ship timeline. So we actually recently posted a video of this as well from World War Brick. So this is kind of a history of the American Navy here as we go down.
Yeah, so Nate brought a lot of his tanks, and then Sam brought the same fleet that he had at World War Brick, like you mentioned last weekend. Has it set up in a very similar fashion. He's got ships from pretty much every era of the U.S. Navy, even all the way down to the USS Constitution. A lot of amazing history out here, as well as some reference images from his own family also.
I love people who set up their builds in a timeline style, and I think it just makes for really compelling displays. Then we've got Mothman inside his cage here. Over here we have a Lego spinning wheel, and I believe this is actually functional, right?
Completely functional.
Wow, very impressive. You can see a little bit of a demonstration here. There you go.
If you'd like, I can spin on it.
That's good enough for now, so thank you for showing that. We appreciate it. Yeah, very impressive. We've got the Women's Brick Initiative Community Center with some kind of vignette scenes I think were built here at the show, and then the Women's Brick Initiative Collaborative Quilt as well. And then the M-Tron Heavy Recovery Platform, so kind of modernizing M-Tron for a new generation. Life on Mars Mecha revamps next, so a lot of this is modernizing kind of older themes. The Mobile Weapons Platform Starfish, Siren Executioner. This tree is really cool.
This tree is really cool. The trans purple and the limited amount of parts in that, I believe a lot of them are the kind of like Bionicle or Technic ball joint pieces that they've used to create the trunk. Adds a lot of texture to it, and the lights that they have kind of flickering in it make it look very, very nice.
And then the repair mechanoid, it's called the Slam Hound Forest Spirit, little Kaneda bike slide, and then very dynamic turtle power build.
I love the size of the figure, the movement that they have in the mouth, as well as the eyes, some of the posability of that figure. Very nice.
This next long layout is the Enchanted Forest collab, which we have a video on as well on the channel if you haven't checked that out. But this is by a whole bunch of different builders who are super talented and just created this enchanted fairy forest inspired idea. Lots of color. The trees and landscaping are super impressive in here. The houses themselves just have great kind of roof and architecture techniques as well. And it's really cool to see all of this on display at once. This Fairy Court Festival looks really fantastic. Then the little hollowed out tree home. And then we get to small steps with this bird and all of these flowers behind it. And then the broken vessel, which has been fixed there with the gold lines. Some more flower builds here. Growing apart with the roots underneath there. And more spider webs.
More spider webs. Now kind of depicting this large butterfly-esque mosaic. Very, very nice. We see a very large, colorful owl as well next to that, and also what appears to be a wearable Mandalorian armor for the armorer. The wearable section there in the back appears to be using the ball joints, possibly, as opposed to the nets that we've seen in a couple of other places so far this show.
And then the Brickanical pots. So these are, again, great ways to display your Lego flowers and botanical sets. And then you've got the big piranha plant bouquet. Little fish tank build. Different centerpieces for different seasons. And Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles mosaics. Lightsabers. Victory and death here with the crash in the background.
Yeah, a very simple little build. They've utilized the Lego Star Wars diorama border, but depicting of the very emotional scene from the end of Season 7 of the Clone Wars where the Venator crashes.
The Battle of Hoth here, and I like how the Wampa this time has gotten up into the AT-AT.
It's also an amputee. The can you find these? This one I found most of. This is probably the highest score that I have gotten across the show, but there's a lot of really cool little play features and Easter eggs at this build.
Look at you go, Caden. I'm so proud of you. Erebor Throne Room, that's down here actually. This is Harry Potter or Spider-Man. You've got Doc Ock out there, and I love this floor technique in the middle, but really everything in there is just really well done.
Yeah, very smooth. The cheese slopes for the floor, very nice.
Mm-hmm. And that brings us then to, I think, the final section here. This is shout out to Epic Bricks, who has been live streaming Fortnite here for quite a few hours during the show, and this huge custom Lego PC build all around the computer.
Yeah, it's not something you see every day. He's got all the cords coming in and out of there, but all of the features he needs built into this big classic space base.
And then this little blue truck looks like it's based on a book back there, with the little truck on the left and then the big yellow truck on the right full of rubble. This is titled Hot Pockets, so there you go. That's what that is. Some Twitch brickheads. So these are all sorts of brickheads representing, I think, different Twitch streamers. I love this here with the black light.
Yeah, and the bright neon yellow, I believe this is the Helldivers logo from the recent kind of hit video game on Steam and PlayStation, I believe. It's been very, very popular, and this had music playing earlier too. Very, very cool build.
We've got this little Guess Who Lego Influencer Edition. See if you can spot beyond the brick in the corner there. So if you've ever wanted to play Guess Who about your favorite Lego content creators, now is your opportunity with an all brick built version.
Yeah, all the personalities you could think of meeting at a show are built into that game.
And then some tree builds. Looks like a Star Wars build here as well. And then a mosaic. And then kind of speeder bikes. Oh, the Stormtrooper Maxception is very impressive. Very different take on Star Wars.
Yeah, I like this build. So they've included the Lego set version of the Stormtrooper mech and then upscaled it about 10 times. They have Darth Vader down there cutting the red ribbon to unveil this new super weapon.
Some more Star Wars here, and then we go into just other types of mechs and fighters. And then little micro scale buildings and some Barbie. Looks like we've got the Taylor Swift era's Brickheads build there with the posters. And then it's a bunch of micro scale Minecraft scenes, it looks like.
Yeah, the original line of Minecraft before they did the minifig style sets were all micro scale, so it seems like they've kind of taken that idea and run with it, creating all kinds of different biomes from the games.
Then we've got this memorial scene here at the very end, and then the podcaster stage up here. So this is where some of the content creators have been working throughout the show. And I believe that does, Caden, wrap it up for us here. You have been absolutely incredible. Thank you to everyone who has watched. If you made it to the end of this, congratulations. Please leave a comment with your favorite build from the show, or maybe your favorite moment, or how many times I messed up a pop culture reference, whatever you want to leave a comment on.
Or how many times I said nice or any other vocabulary. But it's been great walking around with you guys, getting to see all the builds. I don't ever really get to do it on my own, so this is a great opportunity to do every single time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And for people who want to see your work, Caden, they've stuck with us this long. Where can they find you online?
So I post most of my stuff on Instagram at brick_history.
And we are here still on Beyond the Brick where you currently are, so you don't have to go far. Feel free to click on another video if this hasn't been long enough and you want to keep watching. Thank you so much, and check out the rest of our Brickworld Chicago coverage.